takes on things. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to change this channel up a bit to be about the wonderful things you're not supposed to talk about with your family and friends, which is politics and religion. Won't be covering, not covering, I don't want to say cover. Won't be talking about, rather, anything that's like pop culture. So if you decide to post a link about something it's like pop culture-y, don't really care. I think that those individuals that enjoy this stuff, great. This isn't supposed to be for you. This is more so supposed to be about having a kind of open conversation about things without all the hyperbolic and polarizing commentary that happens with those two topics. That you should be able to have a space to enjoy ideas and at least enjoy conversation, because I do think that if you cut off people from said conversation, you give their conversation validity. So if you just completely ignore somebody and say, yeah, I'm not going to take your idea or whatever it is into consideration, that kind of validates them versus having a conversation with them. Obviously, there's some caveat to that in a sense that, let me adjust this. There's some caveat to that in a sense that obviously somebody's being openly obnoxious and not partaking in that thing, that there is a potential for, what's the word, bad faith arguments, or not arguments, discussions. I don't want to do arguments, I want to do discussions. Yeah, so discussions. But that we should, cat's trying to come to the door. I'll lock the door. But that we should have a space to exchange information and ideas without the, I don't say repercussion, that's not the right word, without the, not fear? What is it? The idea that you could say something that you're thinking about and not immediately be called something. So that's why like the chat rules have been updated. So the chat rules are pretty specific that don't like call people names on stuff. If you have a view on something, as an example, if you think that something is woke, don't immediately say this is woke. Just say, hey, I don't like wokeness, and then give me an example as to why that is. Similarly, if you think something is quote unquote fascism or somebody's a fascist, I don't need you to hop into chat and immediately say, this person's a fascist. Give me an example. Give me a thought process. And we can discuss that, talk about it. And I'm not going to sit there and call you stupid. I'm not going to call you dumb, which is kind of the same thing. I'm not going to say the opposite because I'd like to know your viewpoint per se. I don't want to think that what I'm doing here is similar to, say, a, what's the word, Joe Rogan type experience, in a sense that we're just like inclusive to everybody and anybody. Nah, I don't want to say that. I would just like the idea of something to where in political points we aren't yelling and screaming at each other, because that seems to be where we are as a society. And a lot of that is because people, they get hyper fixated on yelling and screaming or emotionalism. People that are really emotional get clicks, they get views, they get engagement. And I don't really want to do that. I think that, you know, there should be some sort of middle ground, right? I mean, there's like 380 million people in this country, and so many X amount of billions of people in the world, that there's no way to get everybody to agree on everything. And I do think that there is a like middle area that we can all work with, within reason. That people can have conversations. And I think the internet, as I'm ironically on the internet, through Twitch, the internet has taken a lot of that away versus having face-to-face interactions with people and having honest conversation. And again, I'm talking about, you know, the grifters and all that other good stuff that happens on whatever political spectrum that you feel that you're on. But it's just that I think that as a whole, especially in the US, we need to have a better outlet to say things that we feel without the worry. I guess worry is a better word than, or worry that you're going to just immediately get canceled for it. And I'm not saying like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna come out and start saying like slur words or anything like that. Like, no, obviously not that. I'm just saying that I think that we need to have more open dialect with each other versus somebody says, hey, I believe X, and then somebody says, I believe Y. And then those people just immediately start to yell and scream at each other because I don't think that brings any sort of resolution, nor do I think that it helps you convince the other person to come over. And I'll use, what's the word? I'll use a few individuals, which I won't name, but like a lot of other political commentators that are on this platform do that. They sit there, they go through and do a lot of reactionary content, which is fine. They do a lot of things to read articles and comment on that, which again is fine. It's just that they push a narrative that's to an extreme, and I don't think that's how we as a whole can function long term. I think in the short term, it's great. Get your bag, get your reactions, get your monetary, amounts. I think that's okay. I'm not going to hate on anybody for doing that. I don't think that's a terrible thing. But I do think that as a whole, it's hard to go to your local bar, coffee shop, or whatever, watering hole, whatever you want to call it, and interact with people without saying, like, hey, I saw this online, and this person is not giving you the broader picture of things. They're immediately going towards an extreme because that's what their target audience is. And that's not really what I want to do. I want to try to have some sort of in between area. And I know personally I'm going to sound more progressive than I am centralist, which is fine. But I'm kind of just sick of the yelling and screaming that happens when it comes to talking about politics or religion. I think that it's okay to have differencing opinions, and I've had those interactions mostly at bars. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like mostly at bars. When you go to bars as much as I do, and you drink as much as I do, you have those interactions with people because, um, they're more willing to give you said information. You put yourself in situations where you deal with a lot of hostility per se, and you have to figure out quickly so that you don't get into a fight without having that conversation, or how to cool and temper stuff down. Um, and I think that this is going to be a good outlet for that. So if you have something that you want to talk about, you're more than welcome to put it in chat. That's fine. If there's links that you want to post, so if you want me to give a hot take on something, that's fine too. Just don't spam it. I really don't, there's not many people here in general, but if there's something and you spam a link 5 or 6 times, it's like, okay, I get you, but it's like I do have my own agenda for this, in a sense of that, like, I'm going to do this once a week. We're going to flip flop on politics one week and then religion another week. So it's like I've built a whole script per se and made sure to know what I want to talk about. And if there is something that you're wanting me to give a hot take on or give an idea on or whatever, that's fine. I'm not going to say don't do that. I'm just going to say just be respectful. And that's with anything. Anything that happens at all with all of this. Just be like, try to treat people as you would want to be treated, right? Because if there's a time where you're wanting to talk about something that you feel passionate about, or that you feel very adamant about, you wouldn't want somebody to then like overtalk you every time you try to bring it up. And that's kind of how this is going to be, is that everything that I've done is not methodical. Methodical is not the right word. I'm not that important. But it's I've kind of built this is to like, this is what I want to do. So if you do say something, then that's fine. Just don't expect an immediate response. Not because I don't think you're important. Not that I don't think your viewpoint's not important or doesn't have any standing. It's just that I don't want to immediately feed into what those say in terms of, and I don't say what to say, but I don't want to feed into the mob in a sense. But if there's something, and I think it's on point or not point, it's on topic, or something that maybe I forgot about, that's great. I will make sure to read it and say, yeah, here's this, and do whatever. But it's just not going to drop what I'm doing in terms of. No, that's fine, bro. That I'm not going to go out of my way per se to talk about whatever it is you want to talk about. So if you post it, great. I'll make a note of it. I've got another screen over here, which you can't see. And we'll try to get through as much of it as we can, because that's the whole point of this, is to have open discussions. So if there's something that I'm talking about and you have a counterpoint, please write it in chat. Just go through and say, hey, I don't agree with this, and then give me an example or reasoning why for. The stuff that is going to be kind of, would annoy me, but that doesn't matter, is just saying, I disagree, and then give me some sort of small 2-worded answer or 3-worded answer that doesn't give me a reason as to why to believe you. Because that's like, if you're in person with somebody, right, and they say, I don't believe in this item A. I think item A is bad, right? And you're in front of them and you say, well, okay, well, I think item B is better. Then you're going to have to talk it out in person, right? Unless you just both get disgruntled and punch each other or leave, right? Because if you say, I don't like item A, I like item B, person likes item A is going to sit there and say, okay, well, why? And vice versa. So if you're person B, it says, hey, I don't like item A, I like item B, and then they're going to get the reasoning, like, I like item B because of this reason. I think that's a great thing. Nice to see you, Blighted. And that's kind of where we're trying to go with this as a whole for this whole channel, because I'm making a whole pivot for this instead of video games. This is going to be done once a week. Today, because of like life and everything, it's going to be on Sundays. But going forward, we're going to try to hit up Saturdays instead. That's more for a personal reason, that I don't want to miss football, because I love football and sports too much. And since we're on the verge of football season, I don't want to interrupt that as a whole, because I'm just going to be honest with you, I'm too big of a fan. So Sundays are usually reserved for like my folks and football. And that's what's going to happen in the next month. Otherwise, I didn't want to do this like daily, like a Hassan. I don't want to do that Hassan Piker or somebody that does daily, because I think that's part of the problem, is like the 24-hour news cycle, which we're going to get into, is just a bit much. I figured I would do like a weekly recap, and not a weekly recap of everything, but like a weekly recap of like what I consume, because I like to think, this is anecdotal, 100% anecdotal, I like to think that I consume both ends of the spectrum in terms of media, because I do deep dive into the interwebs at times, and a lot of people that I follow on Twitter are fairly liberal, and I think that keeps me grounded within a sense, to keep me in the middle, because I don't really have it as, I mean, some people would say it's extreme, but I don't feel like I have an extreme real feeling on most things. But I could be wrong. And again, I'm open to the idea of somebody telling me like, hey, I don't think this is a thing, blah, blah, blah. But again, use your words, give an actual reason to that, versus just coming in here and saying that somebody's a fascist or they're woke. You will get a warning the first time, and then you'll get timed out for maybe a time or two, and then you will get banned. And you'll get banned not because I don't believe in free speech. You'll get banned because it's like, you know what you're coming into. That's the whole point. Like, there's rules that are down below in the panel that say, hey, this is what we're about, kind of. And it's like, I'm not going to go to a horror movie and complain that the horror movie isn't a rom-com the whole time that I'm in a horror movie, while everybody else that's viewing the horror movie is upset at me because I'm yelling and screaming, but like, this isn't a rom-com, I want a rom-com. Like, I get it, you know? So you should know what we're getting into, and I'm going to do this beforehand, before every time that we do this. Also, just know there's a little bit of satire in this, so not for this one, but the next stream and the next stream, we're going to satirically pray to Captain America, just for giggles, because I think it's funny. He's also my favorite Marvel character of all time. So we'll do that as a joke, not to make fun of religion. We'll probably do it on the religion episodes though, to be fair, because it's part of satire. So I just thought of that. That's actually not a bad idea. So I'll leave him out of the political takes, but I will do the thing before every religious one that we do. We'll have a. I have another camera, and I have like a wall. Like you don't understand. You can't see it over here, but it's right there. I have a wall of cap stuff, like 3 or 4. Actually, I think it's just 3. Yeah, 3 cap things. Then I've got a painting that my sister made and my brother made. Like I've got a whole section of cap, and we'll show it for the beginning of the religious conversations, and then maybe I'll do like a thing of donations or bits or subs or whatever that we can like turn the camera on and off. I don't know. That's just an idea that I'm having a thought about. So we'll kind of get into things. I don't want to say what Phil DeFranco says and say we'll just jump into it. I don't want to take that from him. And so you can see from who I've talked about. But it's like I don't want to be different than the Sandpikers, the chatter or chatting with Chowder and Phil DeFranco. Like Phil DeFranco does a lot of pop culture and all that stuff, and chatting with Crowder. It's just a lot of yelling, and I don't want to do that. What I'll say is I have some pretty interesting. I don't want to say interesting. I am more centralist than I would think a lot of people are, in that I have a lot of live and let live. I do have some extreme ideas about that maybe the government should take care of people first versus taking care of very wealthy people. Similar to, like, I think a lot of personal liberties are great. I don't have an issue with people that own guns. I think that's fine. In terms of people that think, I'm just jumping right into it. Phil Pringle. I don't think that there needs to be a lot of regulation in a sense of those things. At the same time, I understand that people that have had violence against them want more things, so I understand that. What I do think is that from a federal side, state side, and community, or not community, local side, I do think that like local governments, so if you live in an area that decides they want certain things, so the majority of voters say, hey, we want this, on a local side, I don't think that they should be able to be overruled by their state government. The federal government's a little bit different. I think that they, obviously we, elect our individuals to go represent us for the federal side, but I don't think that in certain states that want certain things, regardless of the topic, doesn't that cause conflict though? How? If a local government, we'll just use where we live, the Sunshine State. So the Sunshine State has what I want to say, like 4 or 5 big name cities. You've got Jacksonville, you've got Orlando, you got Tampa, you got Orlando, and then you could maybe include Pensacola, I guess, is the 5th, or Tallahassee, it's 6th, maybe, or you can interchange Pensacola and Tallahassee. That if you're going to live in one of those places, like we live in the age of the internet and understand technically like where we're going and what's like the vibe of where you go somewhere. Like I know that if I go to Orlando, I'm going to see a lot of Disney adults. If I go to Tampa, so you can't have pockets of people with certain liberties. No, because I think that if we're talking about, so it says you can't have pockets of people with certain liberties and others that some especially without clearly defined lines. You can, because that's the whole point of local government, right? So if I live in an area, right, and I decide to choose, whether I choose or I'm forced to live there because of socioeconomic reasons or just being born there, and I vote for somebody to represent me for what I want, and the consensus of that area is to do something. We'll just use, like, I don't know, I'm going to go to the extreme, which I hate doing. We're going to say we're going to ban guns. So in this city I live in, the whole city says we're going to ban guns, which happens in Chicago. And so if I go live there or choose to live there or whatever, it's like I know that as a hand because that's who's representing me. Versus if somebody that is a governor for the said state decides to say, hey, you can't ban guns. And you're like, okay, well, you're overreaching because you don't really represent me as a governor, because there could be other people that voted because my area says no. And I think that you lose a lot of autonomy in that. Obviously, if something's unconstitutional or using guns, obviously you can't ban guns. But if there's something that is overarching, like with the federal government, that's a little bit different. But I do think that as state governors are trying to grasp for more power, it takes a lot of autonomy away from local governments. Local government would be like your city council. So, like, my city council member represents me and the majority of every other historic district in the city I live in. And they're doing an okay job. I'm not gonna say great. They're doing an okay job of trying to do that. The city I live in, well, not city based. It's gonna be the county. Like, the city I live in is the county, but a lot of places it's not. So you would have a city council for whatever area that is your area that you live in. The city I live in is one and the same, the county and the city, but it's very, very large. So you can like put two and two together. The city and the county are the same size. So somebody that represents like where I live in downtown should not also represent the beaches where I live, because I live on a coastal city in Florida. So that person that lives at the beach does not give a fuck as to what happens where I live, which is fine. It's understandable. It's completely understandable. Like in their day-to-day life, like I had a buddy of mine growing up who never left the beaches other than for work. That was it. Never left the beaches other than for work. So as a voter, what is the point for him to care about development where I live, right? Because in the grand scheme of things, that's what we do care about. We care about stuff that, affects us directly, not as a whole. Imagination, SpongeBob. It's that we want stuff, so we want people that represent us, just as if you have a governor that is supposed to do the whole state, how is said governor of any state going to know what's happening locally and regionally in your area? It's just feasibly impossible, right? Like they don't have enough staff, they don't have enough people, and we're trying to consolidate government in a sense and to not spend more on government than we should. Or rather, a lot of people think we spend too much on government anyway. But a local government of people that, do roundtables or do town hall meetings and stuff like that, I feel that that's the I want to say the thread that kind of holds government together in terms of locally, because you can actually say, hey, I'm represented better this way than I am by some random person that I've never met, because like the person that represents me on city council, they went to essentially every bar and restaurant within a month of where they were and said, hey, this is where I'm going to be. And I got to meet them a handful of times because I go out too much. And to me, it's like, so I know who's representing me versus I don't know who Rick Scott is or Marco Rubio, who are the two senators for Florida. I live in Florida. Who knew? And it's like, so I have two people to cover like 25 to 28 million people that live in this state, right? It's like you vote for them because you feel like they are part of, your view belief, but at the same time, like the representation there just isn't the same. So I don't think it would be fair for either of those two senators to vote on something that would restrict people that directly impact me in a sense of people that get to represent me locally. And I really think that local politics is something we should be more involved in. And I hate saying the media as a whole gets you wrapped up in like federal stuff and national politics, which is important. It is, but on a day-to-day, like the stuff that directly affects you, unless there's some extreme policy that happens, I think that local people are more important on your day-to-day life. So that's the thing, like so you're saying this stuff won't, that local politics won't scale well. That's the point, right? So local politics are supposed to be specific for whatever group of individuals decide to live together in an area, right? So if I live in Tampa, I'm not expecting laws that I live in Tampa for are going to affect if I lived in Orlando. Similar, like if I live in Miami, like they're going to have their own set of settings or instances that happen that are different for them than if I lived in Pensacola. Similar, if I live in the Panhandle, I don't want laws that are coming from Jacksonville to affect what I'm doing in Pensacola because I'm in the Panhandle. I'm an hour or 5 hour behind time zone, 5 hour drive difference, and vice versa. The idea of, personally, I think the idea of laws that are supposed to cover more things is fine, so that there's like this somewhat unification and general idea of what happens. But in terms of local laws, I don't think that the state should have jurisdiction over what happens, because then you get into a point where you have a lot more autocracy and you have a lot more somebody being to say, hey, you should do this, even though I don't stay where you're at all. So I have no idea what goes on, right? So me as a voter from wherever I live shouldn't have say over somewhere I don't live. The federal government's a little bit different because it covers the whole country and there's federal law, all the good stuff that goes with it. And that's supposed to be done in good faith, which a lot of times it isn't. But I do think that like local law should really be left alone to local law. Obviously, that's why you have federal law that has like overarching grand things that make sure, like the Bill of Rights, Constitution, all that good stuff. Government, I think the state should be able to overrule federal law. I don't think that, I don't think that that's a bad thing in a sense, because that's the whole point of where we're at as a country, is that the state should be able to dictate what's good for the state. I agree to that to an extent. Let's see. If a coastal city wants to make laws that allow public drinking, I see no harm in that, as long as local government takes responsibility for the action. No. I think that's right too. So as an example, like Savannah, Georgia, lets you drink publicly, and for the most part, the local government sets up, like if you go to Savannah and you go have fun there, if you go anywhere, they have maps that set up, and it's like there are police posted up to see whether or not you leave with alcohol. I remember the first time I went, I was there with my wife, and I asked our Uber driver, trying to be responsible, to stop and get beer, and the person at the convenience store put the beer in black plastic bags so you couldn't see through it. And they said, hey, and I said, hey, well, you don't have to do that. I'm just going to take the beer and go. And the guy behind the counter said, yeah, but if I don't do this, he's like, the police might arrest you because you're technically not supposed to have like beer outside of this like drinking area you're supposed to have. We're seeing that now with like reproductive rights and all that stuff, that states get to dictate things. And I think that's fine. That's kind of the whole point of this, right? Is that you live in a state that says, hey, we can do this, and you're supposed to work with locally and also through states and stuff like that to get people elected that you want to have done. Certain federal laws in terms of like civil rights and women's rights to vote and all that stuff, yeah, like those need to be a thing. Like obviously, like we can't have second-class citizens in our country. Like that doesn't make sense, obviously. So you can't say like, hey, we want all the benefits of having you here in the country, but we don't want to give you the same rights as anybody else. Proving the breakdown by the country, even by neighborhood. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, as somebody that really is into politics, no, I wouldn't break everything down. What I would say is that I just don't like overreach, which is the conservative part of me, doesn't like the overreach of the state government, the state that I live in, Florida, basically telling cities which are run completely different from rural areas that said, hey, you have to do this. And that's the same in a lot of the country's. Lost audio. Did I hit a button? I didn't hit a button. No, I shouldn't have lost audio. Shit. Hey, look. Let me look. What? Nope. Somehow lost audio. I don't know why. Because I have it on this other. Oh, no, I muted it. No, it's there. No, it's fine. It's there. No, it's fine. You freaked me out there for a second. No, I just don't. As a whole, I understand that we need, as a society, some ground rules or guidelines, as they say in Pirates of the Caribbean. Like everybody needs ground rules and guidelines that we all have like an even area to I guess, live and breathe and all that good stuff and make a life. The stuff that I don't like is that not everybody is the same, and I'm okay with that. Like, a voter in North Dakota is not going to feel the same way as somebody that lives in Florida where I live, right? So, and if we can convince those people to do the thing, that's fine. But if some town in North Dakota says, hey, I want laws about cows or ranching or whatever, I shouldn't have a say in that because that's specific to them. I don't raise cows. I live in a city. And similar in Florida, like if somebody in Ocala or some other rural area or Palatka, just using it because it's in the general vicinity of where I live, that those folks shouldn't have to worry that whatever they're doing is going to that's specific to them in their area. Obviously, if they said, hey, we want to take women to not vote, that's obviously that's a bad thing. We don't want to let people of color vote. Okay, that's a bad thing. Like, obviously those are like human rights issues and civil rights issues. But if they said, oh yeah, we're gonna pass this law 0.12355 or whatever to do something that has to do with agriculture, or we're gonna adjust the laws so that we can breed horses better, we can do something else better, I'm not gonna be like, well, you shouldn't be able to do that because I live in a city. That is, yes, that is technically how the system is supposed to work. Our current political system is set up not on that, right? In a sense that, and this is more so very specific to where I live in Florida, is that our current governor doesn't believe that. They're passing laws because they have a supermajority in the House and a majority in the Senate, and they're passing laws to take rights away from those local governments, which I think is bad, regardless of the state, regardless of where you're at. I think that taking local government power away is a bad thing because you're taking away the representation of those individuals. And you're saying, hey, I know better than you for something that's very, very specific to you. And somebody could say, yeah, there's some generalities that we're like all human and everybody deserves this and everybody deserves that. That's fine. Give you an example. So an example is that here where we live, or I live rather, we have a publicly owned utility that does electricity for all the bridges or whatever, because all the bridges in the city I live in have like lights on. We use this as a very moderate type of thing. And so a lot of the bridges in all of the major cities also have lights on them. And they would do certain things, whether you agree with them or you don't agree with them. I'm just saying this is what they would do. They would do lights for, say, like Pride Month, or they would do lights for Ukraine, or they do lights for the sports team that they like during certain times, or they would do lights for pink for October for breast cancer awareness, or whatever the event is, they would put lights on, right? And we're talking about lights, just lights. It's nothing. If you don't go over the bridge, you never see them. If you're really mad about the lights, you can go around it another way. No big deal. The governor passed a law saying that they can't do that anymore. They have to set it to a certain standard that he set. And to me, that's kind of ridiculous. Where it's like, all right, like, what does this have to do anything? Here's my hot take on voting. Oh, we're just jumping into vote. Okay, we're gonna jump there. I don't think that's a bad thing. If you have to vote, you should be drafted. I mean, we technically already signed up for that when we turn 18. Some people should be exempt, but being sent yourself, mostly referring to gender examination. All genders should be required to register for. I don't think that's a bad thing since we're jumping like 5 things in a row. But I do think that. I think that it's kind of like that hilariousness satire of Starship Troopers being a citizen or non-citizen. And I do think that if you want to vote, you should have some sort of quote-unquote skin in the game. A lot of other countries require like mandatory. Usually they're smaller. We've had the luxury. So actually, women are actually supposed to sign up for selective service. So that's like a thing. Is that they're passing a law right now through the House, our federal, House of Representatives, that women will have to sign up for selective service immediately between turning 18. Similar with men. It's like anybody that's 18 has to sign up for selective service. Could be wrong, but that's what I read like 3 weeks ago. Uh, it's just one of those things where I do think when I was a lot younger in my 20s, I used to think that most people to have the right to vote should have to like work retail for 2 years or be in the service for 2 years or food and beverage service. So it's in the works. Yeah. Food and beverage service for the same reason. Like when you go and work in those situations, you have a lot more empathy, I would say, for others and understanding and compassion for everybody else versus if you've never had to do that. Like some of the most stupid stuff that I've ever had to deal with in terms of people has been in retail and has also been in like customer service. I wanted to join the service when I was young, but I can't. I've got asthma. I tried. They said no twice. And I've never had the opportunity to work in food and beverage, but the majority of my friends work in the food and beverage industry. And you have a better understanding as to how like others treat others. Like this is anecdotal, 100% anecdotal. One of my favorite stories my mother used to tell me is there was a guy that proposed to her and she said no because the guy treated waitresses like shit. She's like, we would go out to eat. He would just like yell at them and, talk down to them and treat them not like people. And he did the same thing with his mom. So she's like, that's why I said no when he proposed. I'm like, okay. And it's something I've seen in my own life. Again, more anecdotal evidence. Something in my own life of that my father used to not tip like at all. Like we're talking the dude used to tip like $1 on tips when we go out to eat. Part of that could have been that we grew up very poor. But once my sisters started to work in food and beverage and work at a restaurant, and they would tell him this horror stories of like people mistreating them and how that they weren't tipped, or they would have this big ticket like $200 or $150 and you tip $5. And they're like, why don't people just tip 20%? Not telling you to tip 20%, just saying what they said. That he now tips 20% on everything, regardless of it, because he's like, oh, I know the impact because my daughters have told me these stories and I believe them, regardless of whether or not they're true, but have told me, their experience. So it's like, I understand where they're coming from. So I don't think that I do believe that having that option of like, hey, you don't get to vote unless you do 2 years of service or 2 years of something else. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I think that American society isn't built that way, and it would be hard to change it that way versus, say, another small country like South Korea or I don't disagree tipping is dumb. And I don't disagree that employers should pay their people a working wage. That happens in literally every other country. We're the only country that really leans into tipping. So, but that's another topic. But I do think that having people do something so that they have compassion in their life and understanding, and also get to see the worst in people, because you do see the worst in people a lot of times in your life while doing those things, whether it's retail, food and beverage, or the service. Obviously, the service has life and death consequences, so it's not the exact same. But like food and beverage, and then retail, you see a lot of the worst in people, like blighted or whatever. I've known for a long, long time. I remember this person brought in a computer to where we work because he used to repair computers for a living. And the guy brought in a desktop, set it on the desk, and Blighted opened it up, and it had orange stalagmites and stalactites growing out of it. And the guy was like, yeah, can you fix it? And he's like, I guess. And he's like, so Blighted like quoted the guy some absurd amount of money to fix it because he didn't want to fix it. Like, nobody wants to fix it. And the guy's like, okay, sure, I'll pay for it. And he fixed the computer, and he had to wear gloves to fix it because of how gross it was and how disgusting it was. And I was like, I have a lot of respect for you in this sense, but also, why are you doing this? Like, why do we have to provide this service? Like, technically, it was out of the terms and conditions of where we were working, but he did it anyway. And it's like, I've seen that. I've seen people get cursed out, punched, all that other good stuff. Not be able to cat, not saying to model, but would you support meals that also cost more? So in that instance, we've heard that a lot about like if we don't tip, meals cost more. I've been overseas twice, and the meals, and they pay their people what you would consider like a quote unquote living wage, and the meals are cheaper. Um, and you don't tip. Like it's like when you look at forums or whatever, when you're going to visit, whether it's in Europe or Central South America, that those places tell you not to tip because they don't have a culture of tipping, and the meals are cheaper. One of the most expensive meals that I had in Europe with my wife for her birthday was I don't want to say a fraction. It was probably the third of the cost if we would have done the same thing here in the U.S. And that's without tipping. So we did like the whole nines. We did appetizers. She did 2 glasses of wine. I had 4 beers, and we both had our main courses, and then she had dessert, and it was like $88 USD. That same meal, if I went to Chop House, which is like a steak place, because I got steak, and would be like 200 and something bucks, like 250 bucks, not including tip. So it's one of those weird things of that. Sure, would meals cost more? Maybe, possibly, but like even overseas, like McDonald's is cheaper than it is here in the US, which is kind of weird because I had McDonald's too over there because I had like 2 times of really wanting Americanized food. I had McDonald's once, and I was like, oh, this fish fillet and fries and Dr. Pepper is cheaper than if I bought it in the US, which was weird to do because then it's like I looked it up and I was like, oh, I know how much this is because I used to order that all the time. I don't, health wise, I don't, but I was overseas and I was like, fuck it. I tip to give those workers a living wage. That shouldn't be my job. True, I don't hire them. The owner did. So tipping is out of control here. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, no, and the thing is that in terms of like labor laws, that we as a whole have this idea that there's certain people that deserve less per hour than everybody else, and most of that is like your bartender and your server and all that other stuff. I had this discussion with a person that I know that I used to work with, and Brew used to work with them too, that said, why are we doing what we're doing when I can go make $15 an hour at Chick-fil-A versus what I do, which takes backbreaking problems or whatever to do what I'm doing. And I was like, you're not wrong, because even like fast food workers make more money than if I go work at, say, Buffalo Wild Wings, which I went to way too much. Go there and work as a server and make $3 or $8 an hour or something like that. And it's like, okay, well, why am I doing that? Or if I go work as a bartender, because I have plenty of friends that are bartenders, and so they make 8 something an hour because that's what they do, bartenders, versus they could make $15 an hour. There's a chance that they get better money because of tipping, but also at the same time, I've heard plenty of stories, anecdotal evidence. I've heard plenty of stories from all of my friends that are in that industry where they're like, yeah, I had a $250 ticket and somebody gave me $5. And it's like, okay, so even if you were tipping 10%, that's showing $25. Like, yeah, and they were there for like 3 or 4 hours. And it's like, and I was making $8 an hour. That's a little rough. That is a little rough to sit there and put in that amount of time and be available along with, like, that's not the only table or people you had. You had, most places you're going to have like 3 to 4 tables on average, sometimes more. Sometimes you have bigger parties, and to have a big party like that and be like, yeah, I made $5 and technically in 4 hours of work is pretty rough. One of my favorite stories was one of my closest friends. She had a party of 20. Their tab was like $800. It was a lot. They were there for a long, long time. And so this one guy that was there said, hey guys, how about everybody just Venmo me or Zelle me, whatever it was. He's like, I'm just gonna use my card because I want the points. And they said, okay, that's fine. No big deal. So they did. They all like Venmoed him, Cash Apped him, whatever app that you use to send money. They sent that to him. And he's like, great. So he's like, I'm going to use my card because I want my points, blah, blah, blah. He goes to use the points. And he put a $10 bill on there. And so my friend, being as petty as she is, because she's petty when she needs to be, she looked at it and she's like, fuck this. And she took the check back and gave him back the $10. And she's like, here's your $10. You must need it more than I do. And all the people that he was with, which was like 15 to 20 people, were like, are you serious? We Venmo'd you, Cash Apped you the amount plus our tip, and you stiffed, and so they apologized for him. And I was like, how is that guy gonna be in that friend group going forward? Because all of his friends were like, oh, like there's that whole moment of realization where you just kind of are like, what the fuck? But anyway, we'll leave tipping in the background for now and wages. We will be what's the word? Let me think. See here. Personal liberties. I think those are great. Uh, we won't talk about immigration today. We'll talk about something else. Fiscal policy, same thing. Um, so okay. So we will talk about media as a whole, though. Media, as we've seen in the last, I would say 5 to 10 years, and this goes for all types of media. It's gone from a position of being informative and giving people the information of like what's happened to becoming entertainment. And that's with all media, whether it's politics, sports, movies, whatever it is that, and a lot of that is based on the 24-hour news cycle, which I think is kind of terrible. I think that it takes away from things. I used to try to do a sports podcast years and years ago with a buddy of mine, and I had more anecdotal evidence. I had a actual sports reporter, super nice guy. Leave his name out of this in case something happens. Super nice guy. Come on and explain to me that when it comes to media as a whole, there's so many people with cameras in their pockets nowadays. So it's like I can pull up my phone, I can be wherever and anywhere at one time, or there's somebody rather that's going to be anywhere and everywhere at the time that has a camera phone and can record it, and they'll post it to the internet for free. So as somebody that's supposed to cover a topic, regardless of what the topic is, you have to figure a way to get eyeballs onto you, right? You can't not be exacerbated. You can't not be over the top, because otherwise people don't really want to watch. Because as a society as a whole, we want to watch people that get mad, get angry. It's a whole, something that's negative that's posted online is going to get more traction than something that's positive. Like, it's a somewhat proven thing. Like, you can't have somebody that writes a nice piece about something or a nice video about something that doesn't get the same traction as it somebody comes up and says, God damn, it sucks. It's like, and they start going on a tirade. Like, for whatever reason, the person that gets super upset and annoyed gets way more traction. And it's pivoted significantly in the last, let's say, 5 to 10 years. And it's really disheartening to see, because it didn't used to be this way. It used to be more informative. And it used to be like, hey, here's, I'm such and such, here's the facts. And then you get to a point in the show where they would give you their opinion pieces, versus now you have whole segments of shows where all it is just hot takes the whole time. And there's no real information, and there's nothing at all. And that's regardless of whether you're watching CBS, NBC, CNN, Fox, Newsmax, whatever, OANN, whatever the amounts are. Like, there's just whole segments of people, and all they do is they yell and they argue, and then they bring on like the one person from the opposite side that is like their individual. It's like, well, see, we're not super extreme because we brought this one person on that's has an opposing view. Ha ha ha. The View, that's another one too. It's like, I understand people like talk shows, like I really do. Like, back 15 years ago, there was a favorite 2.5 hours of my time that would be to watch ESPN all the time, because it's like I could watch this show, this show, this show, this show in half-hour blocks. And after about like 6-8 months, I was like, they're all talking about the same thing. They're literally all talking about the same thing. How many times do I have to hear a different take about something that is the exact same thing? And I was like, and it just started to get obnoxious because people are yelling and screaming at each other. And I was like, this is just not, so I stopped watching it. I stopped calling it ESPN. I started calling it the 4-letter news network, sports network rather. And it's kind of where I think that the other media, political media, and just media as a whole has kind of gotten to, that's not just fact driven. Yes, outrage gets views. It always does. You're not wrong. Outrage does get views, and I get it. Like talking with the guy that was on my one podcast episode I had forever ago, feels like no, and I get it. Like you need traction, you need engagement. Like if you're trying to get paid for your content, then of course, like you need it. Like your whole business model is set up on the idea of selling advertisement space. Like I know somebody that runs a newspaper in the city I live in, and they had a meeting with their publisher, and their publisher said, "We really like you because you sell a lot of advertisement space, and you keep your content to a point to where people feel safe enough to give us advertising space." Because I made a joke with them. I was like, "Oh yeah, so you've got to sell X amount of newspapers or whatever, increase the circulation." Newsy reference. But he was like, "Oh, I don't have to do that." He's like, "I already do well enough," because he's like, "They don't care about my circulation because I sell enough advertisement space." And he's like, and I told him, he's like, "I just do well enough." And I was like, "Oh, so you sell advertisement space, right?" And he's like, "Well, yeah, yes." I was like, "Yeah." So that is the thing. Fringe takes also get attention. They do. If you want to go to whatever end of the spectrum to an extreme, if you say something and you have the audience for it, or something happens and you blow up, then sure, I would say that that does. Does that happen good for the long term? I wouldn't say that, because we had that one lady that said something. She was like trying to portray herself as a trad wife on TikTok, and she said some racist stuff. And then she told everybody, she's like, "Thank you for letting me to get on, Fox News or whatever," and that never materialized, and she lost her job. So I don't know. I think it works in the moment. I think you have to be a fairly smart individual, or at least calculated individual, to make that last long term, to have a fringe take. Not everybody can be an Alex Jones. Not everybody can be Hassan Piker. Not everybody can be, Joe Rogan or whatever. And so it takes a lot to do all of that to keep you going, because you have to build an audience first, or be lucky enough to have family members that give you the opportunity to be part of something that you would never have been able to be a part of to do so. Because I remember back in the day, my brother-in-law used to watch Alex Jones like it was his job, and he would tell me these things, and I would just ask him questions, and he'd be like, "Oh no, this is this, this is this," and it's like, you got to build your audience. You just can't have like a hot take and then expect it to blow up and blow your career up, because you're going to potentially lose a large portion of your audience, and then at the same time you're going to not get new reviewers because you're losing a portion of your audience, and it's going to be hard to keep that going, because it does. To be an extremist takes a lot. It takes a lot to do to put out stuff like that, especially if you're doing it every day. Like if you're doing a show every day or even 5 days a week, if it's somebody like a Pat McAfee that does things. So it begs the question, do you think someone was to express something on social media and fringe outtake should lose their job because it blew up? Um, I so I do, I personally I don't. I would say that it's up to the employer. Like whoever's employed by you, you have to know. You should understand that the internet and free speech is a thing. You can say whatever you want, right? That's the whole point of it. The other end of it is that you can't just say whatever you want, because there are going to be potential consequences, right? Like I can say whatever I want now, and I can say whatever I want on the internet, but I can't go into a theater and scream fire, 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 which would be free speech. And then all of a sudden the police arrest me for starting a problem, because I start a panic and everybody starts trampling each other to get out of the theater or whatever. And just like I can't go on an airplane and start saying like I have a bomb on me, and then I get arrested by some federal officer because I'm freaking people out. That's not free speech. So you should know. So if you're gonna say some people, should people be canceled for anything? I wouldn't say cancel. I mean, I wouldn't say canceled. I would say that if you're gonna say something edgy, or something that's not, you know, status quo, that you should understand that there's a possible chance that there's going to be people that don't like to hear what you say, just because that's our society as a whole, is that we don't have a lot of middle grounds, and you just can't say things at a knee-jerk reaction and not expect to not get flack, right? Like if I go to Boston or I go to Massachusetts or whatever, and I start screaming the Patriots suck, like I shouldn't be surprised that some random New Englander punches me in the face because he's like, Tom Brady's a GOAT, and just socks me. I should be like, it's my free speech, guys. You should just let me do what I want to do. Like that's not a thing. And so it's like, you shouldn't say things without the acknowledgement that what you say has a potential to have a ripple effect, which is what I'm doing. It has a ripple effect, and not say that. So if somebody says, hey, I'm this, and then somehow it gets picked up on the internet and it happens, like, you need to know that before you're putting yourself out there on the internet. There shouldn't be, I've had this conversation with a few people, like, you can't think of the internet as this void that you're just going to screech out into the internet and say whatever the fuck you want, and that nothing gets back to you. Literally nothing gets back to you. You get to say what you want. There's no pushback. There's no rebuttal. There's no nothing. Nobody's going to get upset. Nothing's going to happen. Like, I understand that in terms of what I'm doing right now, that even the goal per se is to somewhat get fairly large enough to do certain things and do this more than once a week. But I understand that I'm going to get negativity. That's would 100% happen in the realm of things. Brew and I talked about not Brew, I think it was Brew or Blighted, talked that, hypothetically, there's a shot that I could get doxxed for doing this, because that happens a lot with people that have political takes and commentary about religion and all that stuff, because people get so heated in the moment and they think that they're like the good guys to subvert whatever you're doing. They're just going to do whatever they can to out you. And it's like, you have to know that before doing that. So should somebody get canceled? No, I don't think that's the case. I think that when you cancel somebody, that you're giving them a bigger voice, because you're meriting, validating what they've said, right? So if somebody says the bad guys are out there, they're out to get me, and whatever the topic is, it could be anything, literally anything. The bad guys are out there, they're gonna get me, they're gonna get me, they're gonna get me, and you have a viewership that believes you, and then all of a sudden something happens, whether it's a corporation, a government entity or whatever, shuts you down. You've just validated what you've been saying for however many years, months, weeks you've said it for. And so your audience that sees that says, oh, he or she was right. The bad guys are out there. They are out to get us. And I think that in a world of what we live in, that you have to, should there be a law that you make your post using your real ID on the handle? Absolutely not. I don't think so. I think that's dumb. I think using your real ID is a bad idea. So I do think that there should be some sort of anonymity to post online, right? Because if you have to post your real ID online, that just gives more into people being able to dox you. So if you have to give like your full name or whatever, that's somebody's going to go look up your, like, there's too much information online already for you to have to specifically use your real name to do anything, because then you're just giving whether it's a troll, whether it's somebody that's really against you and whatever your viewpoint is, or somebody that's heated in the moment because anger is a thing, drunkenness is a thing, being on drugs is a thing, and they just decide they're going to plow through and look up every public record that you have, which is why I've been very, for the most part, vague as to where I live, even though I said Florida. And I said Coastal City, but I also named all coastal cities, so other than Orlando, that you have to be somewhat vague, because there is going to be potentially somebody out there that'll try to find you and or make your life miserable. So it's like, you have to know that while you're posting stuff. If you know someone real's name, it's so much easier to find, so much more fun. Yeah, exactly, bro. That would be my thing, is if you know somebody's first and last name, you can literally just go in and type in Florida, type in their name, and then be boom, like, I know where they're at, I know what they're doing, all this other stuff. Here's another thing. I do think, ironically, as I'm doing this, I do think that we as a whole, I've been saying that a lot, as a whole, we should have more conversations in person. I think those are great. I think they're healthy. I mentioned that earlier that we should do that. Um, I do think that it is something that makes more sense because you get to see somebody's interactions, and there's also more of a potential for repercussion because obviously you're not going to say something that directly insults the person in front of you that could potentially punch you in the face. Not that I condone that or think that that should happen, just saying that's a possibility. Like I've been at a lot of dive bars where it's like I know that the drunk person at the bar, I have to temper what I'm going to say because it's like I don't know if this random person is just going to beat the shit out of me. So fine, I won't punch anyone anymore. You don't, bro. You don't even go out to bars with me. Don't even talk about that. Other than that one time at work. Um, but I think there's that. I also think that the I think that having a limited access to the information is good and bad at the same time, and that we should teach future individuals or teach friends and family that it's okay to have 24 access to information, but at the same time, we should take it with a grain of salt because obviously not everybody wants to speak truthfully on a matter or speak, on topic about a matter. There's ways to clip and pin things. I do it for K-Mid in her stream, which I think is hilarious. I clip her all the time, and it's like I have to go from 4 minutes down to like 25 seconds to get what I want. And that context matters. And that's kind of a big thing that we don't get in terms of when you sit there and somebody sends you a clip and like, look at this clip. And I'm like, okay, I get it. And we're going to do that later at like the very end. We're going to go through like 16 Twitter videos, which are like between 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Is that a lot of that can be taken out of context and like what happened the minute or two before? Was somebody making a point? Was somebody not making a point? Was somebody just saying something for dramatic effect? Was somebody saying, hey, this is how I feel or whatever, and then somebody just clips that 25 seconds or minute and a half or whatever it is? I don't think that being a skeptic of anything is a bad thing if it's healthy skepticism. I do think that being contrarian just to be contrarian is kind of not healthy. Like being counterculture is cool if whatever reason of counterculture that you believe in, but I don't think that intentionally being like this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong pushes the needle anyway. So if you're trying to convince somebody to join you in whatever, to play a video game, let's just use that. Play a video game. Say that there's a fighting game that you want to play. Marvel vs. Capcom. We'll just use that because I just saw Deadpool yesterday. And this person that you're wanting to play with says, or this person you're trying to convince to come play Marvel vs. Capcom in a arcade, or whether it's in your house or whatever, they say, I don't want to play that. I want to play Halo. And you say, okay, well, why do you want to play Halo? Like, you're not immediately going to be like, no, it's wrong. Marvel vs. Capcom is the best game in the world, blah, blah, blah. You're going to ask them, like, why don't you want to play more? And you're going to try to convince them to play Marvel vs. Capcom with you. You're going to say, oh, yeah. I was like, well, you really love Ryu, don't you? Oh, yeah, I love Ryu. He's a great character, blah, blah. And you're going to try to position your point of view to convince them to come to you versus just telling them they're just flat out wrong. Like, you're not going to sit there and say, Halo sucks. I don't want to play Halo, blah, blah, blah. It's a terrible game, yada, 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 and just trot on them. Like, think about it. Like, we're all kids at one point in time, and we all had friends, and we all wanted to do something, or our friends wanted to do something, and they would convince us, or we would convince them to do something we didn't really want to do, but they eventually convinced us, and we did it. And it wasn't like the worst thing in the world. And I think that's kind of where we have to get. So being skeptic is not bad. So if somebody says, hey, I want to do this, and you say, oh, I don't know. I just don't think to be continuously skeptic for the reason of being skeptic is worth it, along with being somewhat conspiracy theoried. I also don't think is what healthy, I guess, is the best way, and it doesn't work with actual human interactions. Best example would be my brother-in-law thought that HARP was a space laser weapon. The thing that happens in HARP is a facility that's funded by the Navy that's in Alaska. and they shoot microwaves in the air. And he was like, oh, it's space lasers, blah, blah, blah. He's like, nobody can go. It's a secret military base, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay. So I looked it up. I was like, well, you can go. You can actually schedule a visit whenever you want if you go through their website. I was like, and if you're an Ivy Leaguer, obviously you have to be part of an Ivy League school, but it's like you can go during the winter months when they're snowed in as long as you do that. And he blocked me right after I said that. I was like, bro, I didn't say anything. I didn't call you an idiot or anything like that. I just told you that to go to Harp in Alaska is fairly easy. A, you have to have the money and obviously the travel to get there. And I was like, but you could schedule anytime during their summer months or spring months when there's no snow and they're not snowed in. I was like, but you just have to have like a signed off thing from an Ivy League professor to go during the winter for like research. And he like freaked out on me. I was like, no, I can't talk to you anymore. I'm like, all right, cool. Yeah, that's part of the other thing is like back to human interaction. I think that's pretty good. So let's see here. Let's go through what I've got written here. We can get down to the nitty gritty of things in terms of politics, since this is what we're doing this week. And then next week, we are going to talk about religion, which I'm already building that script at the moment. I know this is late, and we're going to rehash stuff that's probably been hashed like 2 or 3 times, probably more than 2 or 3 times, probably like 100 to 1,000 times already, is that we finally, Biden dropped out. So how the world works is that Marvel vs. Capcom player would only play with other Marvel vs. Capcom players, Street Fighter players based. I would say, yeah, so I would say how a lot of the world works right now is that Marvel vs. Capcom player would only play that game, and the Halo player would only play Halo. They're completely 2 different games, right? So Marvel vs. Capcom is obviously a fighter game, you know, butt mashing, all the good stuff. Halo's an FPS and story driven, or has its own PvP portion of it. And that's how you could kind of position yourself as a Marvel vs. Capcom player trying to convince somebody that wants to play Halo, is that you'd say, hey, you know, what do you want to play in Halo? So you would try to get to know them as a person first before immediately rejecting what they said about Halo, right? Both games, I love both. But the similar, like if you wanted to play Halo, if you're the child that wants to play Halo, you're going to try to convince the person that wants to play Marvel vs. Capcom why they want to play Halo instead of that. You're not going to say you're stupid. You're not going to say that game's terrible. You might say the game's terrible, to be fair. Your children are pretty ruthless. But you're going to try to say things to convince them to play with you because you're in their home or they're in your home, which is the whole like human interaction portion of doing things. Is that on the internet, you say, okay, bye, have a nice day. Sure, there are those children that are going to say, I'm going to take my ball and go home because I can't play what I want to play. That's anything in any part of life. There's always going to be that person. What I'm saying is that as a whole, I said it again, we should be trying to convince people to do things in a way that relates to them versus trying to alienate, put them in a box because you're going to say, hey, you're just a Halo player. None of what I say is going to matter to you because you're a Halo player. Similar, like if you're a Marvel vs. Capcom player, anything I'm going to say to you only relates to Marvel vs. Capcom. So if you're a political pundit and you have an audience, right? You're going to have somebody that says, we need to appeal to the Marvel vs. Capcom player, or we need somebody that's going to appeal to the Halo player because whatever one is bigger, right? So say there's more people that want to play Halo, we'll just use Halo because Marvel vs. Capcom's a lot of words. We have a lot more people to play Halo. Therefore, we need a candidate that appeals to the Halo players versus saying we have somebody that appeals to both within reason. Don't read this Mortal Kombat peeps. I'm not. Yes. But like that's the thing which I think is lost on a lot of us is that there's ways to be appealing and there's ways to tell people like, hey, you can still be part of the group even though you technically don't want to be, because there are certain things that we have a common ground with. Like if somebody says, I love Halo, like a lot of people that play Halo now don't play campaign. Granted, I don't think there is a campaign. They play the PvP side of it, right? So 5-on-5 or 4-on-4 or 3-on-3, whatever the mode is. And then somebody says, hey, I also like PvP games. I play Marvel vs. Capcom or Mortal Kombat, whatever it is. I like that it's skill based and I like this. Like, there's ways to approach a situation or a topic to where you can get somewhat of a middle ground both sides. And so it's okay, cool. I don't really care for Halo, but I appreciate, I'm not but I can appreciate that you like the PvP aspects of it, just like I really like the PvP aspects and skill out of playing Mortal Kombat or Marvel versus Capcom or some other game that's like that. Like that's the whole middle ground that I think we're missing, and that we should try to get back to, because of polarization is pushing us to the extremes of that. If you're a Halo player, you have nothing in common with somebody that plays a fighting game. Mortal Kombat. We use Mortal Kombat. It's a lot easier to say than Marvel versus Capcom. That's like a tongue twister. But that's what I would say, is that there needs to be a way to push people closer together within reason versus what's going on right now, which is to silo everybody, keep them in their boxes, and then you just kind of not force feed because they're choosing it, but you're giving them information that's specific to them and has no viewpoint of anybody else outside of whatever their group is. And I think that's a bad thing. I think it's okay to listen or see things that you don't agree with, because then it gives you you have a moment of saying like, oh, you have a thought moment of like, okay, well, how would that affect me personally, or how would this affect what I'm doing? Not to the extent to an extreme, but I do think that we being told like, hey, I don't like this or I don't like that. A lot of it would personally, anecdotal evidence, would come down to like sports stuff. When I meet fans of other franchises or teams or sports or whatever, I don't immediately tell them like whoever you cheer for is terrible or they suck. And it's like, because there's a reason that they like whatever they like, right? And there's no reason that they should automatically dislike what they like because I like who I like in terms of sports or whatever. So whatever team that I cheer for, and I cheer for a handful of them, if somebody is like, yeah, I don't really care for them, I prefer this person or this team, I'm going to say, okay, great, tell me about that, let me know. There might be a little bit of jabbing that goes back and forth, right? And that's okay. But if somebody comes to me and says, yeah, we'll just use New England and Tom Brady, I like the Patriots because Tom Brady's the greatest of all time, yada yada yada, I'm gonna say, okay, well, tell me why. And then they're gonna tell me why, and then I'm gonna say, okay, great, I agree with you or I don't agree with you. And then I could say, I think that Dan Marino is the greatest, or I think that Joe Montana is the greatest, whatever it is. Like, there has to be stuff that is, people do like stuff that's familiar and easy, but the stuff that is tough or whatever can also be easy, as long as we go into that conversation in good faith, I would say, and not go into the conversation with an extreme of, I have to have this position and I can't give this position up. Like, we're not talking about saving babies here, right? That's one of my favorite things my wife's work says all the time, is that we're not talking about, delivering babies and saving babies. Like, we're not talking about saving somebody's life. We're talking about political stuff that mostly doesn't affect us directly in our lifetime. Usually most political things, policies take years to maturate and come to fruition. It's when there's some sort of extreme thing that happens right away to where it's like, yeah, I have a hard line for this. I can't go past this hard line. And you're not going to convince anybody. Well, no, that's not true. I don't think you're not going to convince them of anything unless they choose that too. Yeah, I think that, but I do think that there are ways to convince people to at least have an agreement to disagree, or an agreement or understanding, to where the fanaticism and the polarization doesn't happen, right? And that's kind of what we've lost, is that you could disagree with people over something and still be cordial. The whole going to an extreme level of name calling and all this other stuff and just wanting to beat people up, or as a person I know says, they want to, punch fascists in the face. Like, that doesn't move the needle at all. That doesn't. That just puts people in their box, and it also puts you in your box, and gives you the rationale as to what you're doing is okay versus what they're doing is not okay, versus you don't know what they do on a day to day. You don't know what their life's about. You don't know what the decisions they make. Sure, in any setting, in any society, there could be very bad people that do very bad things. I don't disagree with that. I understand that there's an exception to every rule in terms of evidence or statistics or whatever. It's just that we seem to group people way too much together. One second. Beer's good. We seem to group people too much together and put them in clumps. And when you do that, you're missing out on the opportunity to potentially change somebody's mind. And we don't understand that somebody that's 20 has a completely different, probably outview than somebody that's 38, which would be me. Like, I go through and look at my Facebook memories, and they show from like 10, 15 years ago, and I go, oh my goodness, I thought that then. And because I do it every day. Every day I'm dating myself significantly, but it's like I go through and look at that every day. I'll screenshot it every now and then and send it to my wife and say, yeah, I can't believe I had this hot take back 15 years ago or 10 years ago or whatever the amount of time was. And you laugh about it because it's like as you get older, you're going to have more experiences and experience different things, and your outlook on life kind of changes. Some people get more jaded, some people become more relaxed, some people get more cynical, some people become more empathetic. It's just, it depends on that, and you have to have life experience with people for that versus just constantly staying on the like 24-hour news loop or the 24-hour internet loop, whatever it is, because a lot of that is done intentionally to keep you there. You're not going to keep, or that. You're like, a lot of people have to understand that when you're on the internet or you're on the news, the whole point of it, regardless of what news you're watching, similar to sports media, is the idea is to keep you there as long as they can keep you because they want to make money off of advertisement. And versus you going out and talking with somebody, or you going to dinner with somebody, or going to a park with somebody, going hiking with somebody, going to a bar with somebody, which is what I do too much. That when you do that, it removes a lot of the tension, and it also becomes more genuine, which is the thing I strongly want more out of anything in life, is just genuine interactions with people. Versus when you're sitting there, it's a lot easier to disassociate who that person is on the screen instead of being in front of them or with them. You know, I mean, you could do like a voice chat call or whatever and see the person, because then you get to see like their facial interactions and their all that other their tone and how they react versus just mad typing a bunch of stuff on screen and then hitting send and then just doing, internet warrior stuff for hours and hours and hours on end. Because unless it's AI or a bot, which is possible, you have to think to yourself, there's actually somebody on the receiving end of this that's also doing this. And they would never do this if they were in front of you or in a group. Like, they wouldn't. Because in their mind, there's no repercussion for what they're doing other than, say, like a mob of whoever, fans or non-fans, like out them to their employer or whatever. Like, that's why they're doing this, and that's why you can get so fervent and say whatever you want. I mean, we saw that in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 lobbies back in the day, where people would just say the most atrocious stuff over lobby queues because they could. And, you'd have little 12-year-olds telling you to, they're gonna fuck your mom because there's nothing. They would never say that to you in your face. They would not, because you're an adult, and they'd be like, I'm worried this adult's gonna punch me in the face. Kind of stuff. Not saying that anybody should get punched in the face, just saying that people need to know there's consequence to just saying random shit that they're saying for, what's the word? I don't want to say engagement, but they're saying it to be shock value. I'm really kind of sick of shock value. Society, that's as a society, is how the world works, though. Society, we understand stuff through categorization, credit scores, job titles, financial classes. Pats fan, more combat peeps. It allows us to quickly understand the world. We are groomed this way. I don't disagree with that. That's how things have gone. I'm trying to say that we should break away from that. And I'm not saying that we should immediately go join some extremist club, I am saying that we should think of people in the better view first, or give people the benefit of the doubt first, and then let people show you that they're not somebody you want to spend time with or whatever before immediately clumping somebody together, right? Um, I have loads of family members. They're going to vote a certain way this November. And if you met them individually or met them in person, you would have no idea about that. They are not they're not very vocal about it. And that's the hard part of it. But it's like if they immediately came up to you and said, hey, I'm going to vote this way, a lot of people would be immediately turned off by that and just disassociate. Like, okay, I'm done, boop, and move on. And I don't think that's healthy. Just the same as other people are going to vote another way. If they came up and immediately said, hey, I'm going to vote this way, like you shouldn't immediately be like, okay, because you just start putting them in a box, right? And it's like, well, a couple beers in, you realize that they're nice individuals, and you start to ask them about like why they want to do this and what their views are, and you get to hear them, and you say, okay, well that makes sense. And then you can give your counterpoints, and you could say, hey, and that might sway them, might not, might sway them, might not, but it gives you an opportunity to have that conversation versus immediately putting them in their box and saying, nope, I already know what you are. I know you're woke, or I know you're fascist, or whatever. I just think that's unhealthy, and I think that as a society, we need to change how that happens. Obviously, if somebody comes up to you and says, I want to do something racist, that's fine to call out that they're racist. And I'm saying that like using certain slurs or whatever, which I'm not going to do. If somebody comes out and says, I want the mustache man back in power, sure. If, even if it's for comedic effect, you could say whatever, but it's like, no, you got to know the line. There's got to be some sort of guardrails per se. Most of their viewpoints are shallow and just echoes the environment they resent. I don't disagree with that. I do believe that people, a lot of people are shallow. My father's one of them in terms of intellectually and emotionally and all the other stuff. And that's based on what the content that you create. And also, I think that's part of isolationism. That if you isolate yourself, that I think that if you live as a person that isolates yourself, not saying you need to go out to bars like 5-6 days a week like I do, that rather that you need to position yourself to be interacting with people that is not work related, outside of work, and is not something to where you can kind of get caught in a loop. So my father watches the same news cycle all the time. So he listens to it on his way to work. He works 5 days a week. He listens to it on the weekends. If it's not NASCAR, so that kind of pinpoints it a little bit. But if he's not watching NASCAR and he's not watching football, this is on the background, or Marvel stuff for whatever thing, which I think is funny. He's really obsessed with Marvel. Is like that, and then when I have lunch with him, because I typically have lunch with him on Wednesday and Sunday, like he wants to bring that up. And when you give any sort of little bit of pushback, and I mean just a little bit, and I'm not talking about like name calling or anything, you say, hey, so can you explain to me about this, or you can explain to me about that, and he just can't. And he tries to change the topic, but it's like, I know that when I go out to lunch with him, it's the same 5 to 10 topics, and then he's going to try to revert to politics because of what he's been seeing for the past week, 4 days, whatever the amount of time is, or 2 weeks sometimes. And it's because he doesn't interact. He goes to work, he goes to church, and then he goes home. He has no friends. He doesn't keep up with any of them. He doesn't talk to his siblings. He and my mom talk a little bit. Him going out to lunch with me once to twice a week is like him going out, and that's it. So he has no hobbies that are outside of his house, which is fine if you don't. He doesn't interact with anybody. He just does that, and then he wonders why nobody wants to come over to the house and nobody wants to do this. And he's like, I'm so lonely and all this other stuff. I'm like, well, you kind of position yourself this way. My in-laws are the exact same, but the other end of the spectrum, where they told everybody, like, hey, we want nothing to do with anybody. And now that they're in a position where they have nothing to do with anybody, they're both lonely. And it's like my mother-in-law will tell you that she has internet friends, that she plays these internet games on her iPad, and she's like, I've got the best friends in the whole world, yada yada yada. Yet she'll call my wife and cry and say that she's lonely, and that why aren't we over at her house more often? I was like, well, you haven't put in any of the groundwork to make that happen. You told us from the get-go 15 years ago that you all want nothing to do with anybody. You set yourself up for that, and now that you're lonely and you're isolated and you just are freaking out because you're like, oh, I'm bored. Essentially, I'm bored and lonely, and I think that kind of helps when you have that 20. So it's like your friend to go to is whatever news source you decide to go to that's running 24/7, or that your media outlet is that because there's always information being updated to you at your fingertips. So that's your way to interact with people versus actually interacting with people. You know, one of my sisters, ironically enough, I haven't talked to her since 2020. Like, legitimately haven't talked to her since 2020. She reached out to me 3 months ago and all that stuff, which I thought was weird because it's like I haven't. There was a family matter that happened. I was like, this is weird. I haven't talked. And she's like, hey, how you doing? How's she likes soccer? She's like, how's Copa America or how is the Euros doing, which are soccer tournaments in the world that happened this year before the Olympics. And I was like, this is my brain back in my head. I was like, this is weird. I don't understand why she's doing this. And I talked to my mom, and my mom's like, yeah, she's realizing that she's lonely. And she is realizing that she's lonely and is trying to get out of it because she's like 28. And she's like, that's why she's reaching back out to you. Said, okay. So she decided to be an island for 4 years, actually more like 5 or 6. Be an island for so long and now realizing she can't. It does, life in general does make it easy for people to get in echo chambers. That's like kind of why people join religion, you know? They want hope, they want to be with people that are like minded. I understand it. Um, the thing that we need to, as a society, understand is that it's easy to get caught in those tropes and to make concerted effort to not get caught in those tropes would be my guess, is to, what's it called? Like, I had a person I know that freaked out that I listened to Joe Rogan. This is, why would you listen to Joe Rogan? I was like, well, I think it's healthy personally to listen to people that are different than me, even if I don't agree, or even if I don't think that it's the right thing, just because I don't want to get caught in an echo chamber. I really don't. I don't want to sit there and be in my 70s, if I make it that far, my 70s or 80s, and sit there and have to be like, why don't I have anybody around me anymore? Why does nobody want to come visit me? Why don't I have anybody to go visit to? Because, so Tame, what hot take does he have? It's not what Joe Rogan's hot takes are. It's the people that are on his show. So just as much as I know, that there are people that are upset that because of how big Joe Rogan's platform is, he gives credence or a platform to people that they would consider to be like crazy. I don't care about that. I think that's fine. I think as a consumer of any sort of media, that you can choose to not do it. It's not that hard. And that if you're worried about, like, he's going to somehow convince other people to the side of whatever person that's on a show is guest, that somehow they're going to start to believe in what he is or whatever that person's saying on the show, then you have a bigger problem. Because if somebody believes in Joe Rogan that much, they think whoever's on his show is like telling the truth 100% of the time. It is not just spewing stuff to spew stuff or whatever the topic is. Then you should, interact with whoever that is, whether it's mostly, young adults, teenagers, whatever. So if you're a parent and you're like, I just don't really like that Joe Rogan has such and such on their podcast, it's like, okay, well, talk to your kids, have conversations with your kids, you know. And it's like if you're an adult and you're worried that I'm obsessed with Joe Rogan, that's fine. There are people that are obsessed with the fucking Cleveland Browns, and they've been fucking terrible for 30 fucking years. Like somebody that's a Cleveland Browns fan, Earth is flat, bro. Don't you know? Yeah, I know. And it's like it doesn't matter what the Cleveland Browns do, they're still gonna be diehard fans of that. That's fine. That's not gonna bother me. I'm not gonna go meet a Browns fan and immediately think that they're nuts for liking a fan. The team that I cheer for has been garbage for 25 years. And it's just one of the things like somebody's gonna like content that's specific to them, that's fine. So if he brings somebody on and that person doesn't say anything that I like, it's like just don't watch that episode. Just as I don't go out of my way to watch games of teams I don't care for. Like, you get to choose, my dude. It's like you literally get to choose. Nobody's forcing you to listen to this content, and that's where I think that for somebody that's that big with such a large audience, it's like you can pick and choose. It's like I don't listen to the whole episodes. I don't have time to listen to 2.5, 3 hour episodes most days. I listen to like the clips of stuff just so I get like the cliff notes or spark notes of what he's saying or what's going on. But I think it's, a healthy thing to do to have people of different opposing views on something that lets that get put out there. Because then you get to see that person for who they are. Like, you can watch whatever his stuff is and say, hey, this person is doing this because are put in a position to say what they want to say without having a gotcha while they're on the show. Pat McAfee does the same thing with his sports stuff. I'm going to compare a lot of stuff to sports. I'm sorry. I like sports too much and I listen to way too much sports stuff. But Pat McAfee gets more people that are former players, current players, GMs, former GMs, coaches and former coaches on his show because he lets them just be themselves. Like he's had so many sports writers that are bitter as shit about it because people like to go because they know they can just be themselves and not have to worry about him coming out of the corner like, well, hi, gotcha. Here's this question. It's like if you're gonna do a show like that, then you have to be genuine in that sense to tell somebody like, hey, I'm gonna let you say your piece, and then I might give a counterpoint, or I might say something stupid. More like in Pat McAfee, he's a goober. I think he's hilarious, but he's a goober in a sense of like he had the coach of not the coach, the owner of the Utah Jazz on I want to say like a month and a half ago, and that guy got to announce that he had just bought the hockey team out of Arizona, and they had said, "Well, what are you going to name the new team?" And he was like, "Well, I don't know." And they said, "Well, you're gonna put it up as because like I said, oh yeah, I'm gonna put up this what's the word like a bracketed thing, and the fans are gonna vote on it." And being stupid, they said, "Okay, so is the Utah Soakers going to be on the thing because Utah's somewhat known for Mormonism and you know all that good stuff, and that's like a wives' tale that people soak when they're children because you're not supposed to have sex if you're a Mormon until you're married, and so it's like they said that. I thought that was hilarious because I know that joke. I thought it was hilarious. And the owner, so they were talking a billionaire. We're not talking some like random dude. We're talking a billionaire that just got to have two national sports teams put together. Is like, if it's there, I won't say no to it. They do those activities though. I know they do those activities. But that's a thing, right? So that owner would never go on another sports talk radio because they would position themselves in a way to put them at a disadvantage per se. And that's if you're going to try to have genuine conversations with anybody, you shouldn't come to it as the effect of like I need to corner this person in a sense to prove my point, right? Unless you're having an actual debate or whatever. The whole idea is to have that conversation, and that's what I like about Pat McAfee, and that's what I also like about Joe Rogan, is that people can just be themselves on there. Sure, there's loads of stuff said on both shows that I don't care about. I just don't. And when I see it, I just don't listen to it. I just either skip it, or for Joe Rogan, when it's a person that I don't really care that he's interviewing, I just kind of, for the most part, skip that, or I hit the highlights and move forward. That is funny. They do the activities though. You know, it's been actually updated, ironically. So soaking as a whole, which is kind of funny, used to be that like you just put it in and you just sat there, and then because you couldn't like thrust, and now it's become that like your buddy is so it's in bunk beds now, which I thought was funny. Actually, it changed. So it went from that to like your buddy jumping on the bed while you're in, and then it's changed to now it's in bunk beds where you're on the top bunk and the person, your buddy's below you, hitting the bunk from the bottom to get you to, enjoy yourself because you can't move while you're in. So stupid, but funny. I just love the evolution of it. It's like, oh yeah, soaking. It's like, oh yeah, no, we just do this. It's like, oh no, we do this, and it's like, I can't fathom the idea of going and be like, hey man, I need you up friend card, and you're like, what? And like, oh yeah, today's soak day. What does third person get? A check? No, that's just friendship. That's the whole. You pull a friend card. You just say, "Hey, man, I need you for today," and they're like, "What? I'm gonna do such and such today. I'm gonna go bowling or whatever." And you're like, "Nah, man, I need you because I got soaking day today." And you're like, "Damn it. Okay, fine." You're like, "Nope, we're best friends." Fuck. Sure. And you're gonna be there the whole time and do that shit again. Wives' tale, allegedly. Wives' tale. That's what soaking is that you have a bro that is just there, and to me, so it's not you, it's your buddy. Yeah, so that's kind of the whole point. So Mormons aren't supposed to have sex before marriage, and so the like get around from that is that you're not having sex because you're just putting it in, and then your buddy is person or friend, could be anybody, whatever gender you want, could be there that's jiggling the bed to get you off because you're not actually doing the thrusting yourself. Similar to Catholics say that they're still virgins if they have anal sex. So it's very, very similar idea. Is that Catholics say like anal sex is not sex or giving oral sex is not sex. Just vaginal penetration is sex. But we'll leave that for next week. I can't believe Jay didn't. I can't believe that Flighty didn't know that. It's so funny. All right, let's skip on down since we've gone over the random. Oh yeah, the Rue brought it up earlier because just I've already mentioned a little bit about cancel culture. I think that it leads to notoriety, martyrdom, and validity, and I don't think it's worth it. I understand if you're a big name pundit, I really do. If you're a big name pundit and you want to have that traction for whatever time frame, how long does it need to stay in before it's considered a soak? It doesn't matter. The length of time doesn't matter. Like that's the original part of it. It was that you just put it and you just sat there and so neither of you move. You just sit there, none of you move, and then that's originally why it's called like you're soaking something like similar to like you putting a dirty dish into a thing of water or the sink, and it just soaks in the sink. That was the same thing, and it's evolved into that to having your best closest friend jump on the bed for you so that you get the jiggle, and then it's evolved into bunk beds where the person is below you then pushing up with their feet to give you the jiggle because it's more concentrated when they do that. That's like a thing. You can go look up BYU. It's a joke. Honor and joke for BYU because they are, a Mormon college who's had some very famous people come out of it in terms of sports wise. But yeah, that's a thing. Let's see. Let's go on to the hot stuff. Not really. Let's go on to presidential stuff. It's a dirty tactic to use the cancel culture to try to win an election. And it's seeped into everyday punish people who don't agree with it's a trap. I think I hate myself for not knowing this. I have lived a sheltered life. I mean, to be fair, you're not on the internet as much as I am, which is probably for the better. To be honest, it is probably for the better. You are not on the internet as much as I am, and which is probably for the best. I agree cancel culture is a dirty tactic. I think that it is a knee-jerk reaction. I think that, like I said, it gives validity to whoever you're canceling because they've probably said you're going to cancel them. So whether it's like Andrew Tate or Alex Jones, Trump, or anybody else that's not in that same cultural political sphere. But if like those are the big ones that I can think of, I can't think of a lot of the others. But it's like if you're gonna try to cancel them, you're giving validity to what they're saying, and you're also making them a martyr. And that's the bigger portion of it, is that you're making them a martyr for them to tell their very, very hardcore fans or believers or whatever you want to call them, um, that look, hey, I'm right. I've proven myself. All the stuff that I've said beforehand is proven because this mob has come to get me and has canceled me. And that's the part of it that I think is why I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't hop on a bandwagon. It reminded me of when like Kaepernick knelt and all those people said they were gonna burn their jerseys. And I was like, what's the point? You already spent the money on the jersey. The NFL already has your jerseys. Why are you burning your jerseys? Because that's like the comedic part of it too, is when it doesn't go the way that somebody thinks it's gonna go when they hop on, and that they freak out and go to another extreme. Similarly, like we saw it with what Keurig and Target and a bunch of other stuff. It's like, bro, like move on with your life. You got better things to do than to burn money that you've already spent and other stuff. I do agree that everybody's entitled to their opinion. You can agree to disagree, or you can agree or not agree. That's fine. It's just one of those funny things to me to see that happens comedically when somebody's just like, oh, I don't like this, and then it's like you're gonna go burn something, you're gonna go destroy something you have. Like I remember some of like Budweiser or Bud Light or whatever, where it's like you had people spending hundreds of dollars on beer and they're destroying it for internet clicks. Like why, my dude? That's the hilarious of it. I was like, that's good beer. Like I drink a lot of beer and I drink all types of beer. So I'm like, you're wasting hundreds of dollars to make a political point? Like the company doesn't really care. And what we don't understand is like stock price doesn't really matter in a sense other than to people that are shareholders. The everyday worker at whatever company doesn't care. They got destroyed, sure. In terms of stock price, they did, but it's like they didn't fire anybody in terms of like workforce. And so it's like, you mean to tell me the CEO, instead of making $33 million bonus, they made $22 million bonus, and now they're kind of back to where they were? You know, that to me is where cancel culture is. If there's ever a moment where somebody was outraged, for me, uh, I would just weather the storm like everybody else. I mean, we've seen that with plenty of content creators on the internet where they say something that is controversial in a sense, or they do something that's controversial, and they wait 3 months and they come back to like insane amounts of subscribers and donations and bits or whatever it is, and advertisements because they blow up. And so that is the thing. It's like when you're gonna try to cancel somebody, if you're smart about it, you just kind of let it blow over in a couple of months and then you move on and move forward. I don't think it really does anything long term. It's great for the short term. You get your, hits on TikTok, you get your hits on whatever social media platform you have, and there might be some sort of semi policy change, but probably not really. It's not going to really move the needle. The only person I could think of, I mean, back when the situational wise, would be like there's a few instances like Harvey Weinstein. That was pretty big. That one made adjustments. Similar with what's his face, the guy from the Today Show, Matt Lauer. Yeah, that guy. So those were certain instances where it did work, but it was also a little bit more extreme than somebody saying like, I don't want to buy this product. But I don't know of which I'm surprised with certain content creators that do certain things as to why that hasn't happened more. But I guess because their audiences are technically smaller and they're not in your like living room television, they're on your computer. It's a little bit different. I don't know. One second. I have to use the bathroom, so I'm gonna mute. Oh, there we go. All right. Let's jump to a topic that is gonna be fun. We're gonna jump to presidential shit. So I know this has been done, as I said, hundreds to thousands of times beforehand, but our current president finally dropped out of the race, which anybody with a sense of, what's the word? Sense of interesting ideas would have thought this should have happened months ago. He announced on Twitter, or rather his account announced on Twitter, probably not him. After his debate with Trump, I think there was no other way for that not to happen, because it was very obvious in that debate. And when you try to phrase things that he's only good for so much amount of time, that doesn't make the argument of him being old and decrepit any better. And the amount of screen time that he was finally getting when people got to see him, I think that was just like a very much of like, oh duh moment. I don't think that was, especially since not everybody, a lot of big name people in his own party were calling for him to step aside, and you had people on the other side calling for him to step aside. The thing that I do think is funny is that all those same people that were on the GOP side, they said he's unfit to be a candidate, he's unfit to do this, he's unfit to do that. When he said, okay, he didn't say he was unfit. He said, hey, I'm going to step aside and let Harris go. They're like, wait a second, what are you doing? What are you doing? Because it means they have to pivot their whole narrative to change it. I did think that was ironic and a little funny. I do think that it should have happened. Like, if you legitimately thought that you're trying to give Harris like an actual like college shot at everything, you probably should have done this like 2 months ago. I don't think doing it with technically 2.5 months, because like we vote in November, so you're gonna have August, September, and whatever the last handful of weeks were in the month of July. I don't think politically that was smart. I don't, and I don't know if that's just because of pride, cynicism, senilism, whatever, that like you couldn't have pivoted from this for a while ago. Like, you just kept holding on and holding on and holding on. I thought that was kind of funny. Like, dude, why didn't you do this forever ago? I don't understand why it took so long. Not to say that I don't think the guy like ruins his legacy or whatever, but it was very obvious. I think that was the hard part of it being insanely obvious during the debate that he had, that his incompetence is just like, you can't hide that shit anymore. Like, what do you expect? The guy's in his 80s, and I think that also is systemic of the majority of the people that represent us federally in Congress, whether it's the House or the Senate, are I would say that I understand that there's a group of people that don't want Trump. I don't know if those same people would have continued to vote for somebody that looks like a Walmart greeter, and that's being as nice as I can be. And that's hard. Like, we're not talking, because you can go look at the like the debates from 4 years ago and the way he acted versus what he just did a couple weeks ago, and it's like night and day difference, and that's hard because the internet's a thing and we chronologically do everything, so it's all there and we see it all. I think that's hard to get past, and for a lot of voters that are like the don't vote Trump thing only goes so far, right? Because I used an analogy once on Twitter where I said we can only use him as the boogeyman for so long, right? They did that before, like Bruiser said. Like, we were told that before, like, hey, we can't have Trump, he's gonna ruin everything. And they sold a huge bill of goods to all these voters that went out in mass numbers, whether you believe the election was, legitimate or not. And he wins, right? And the only piece of legislation that we have, which is not a bad piece of legislation, it just was infrastructure. And the guy came out saying, like, hey, I'm going to reform immigration, I'm going to reform student loan debt, I'm going to reform healthcare, and he's like, I'm going to reform our debt and a few other things. Like, there's these huge, big swath promises, and it's like, you had 2 years to do all of that. when you had a not a super majority, but a major majority in the House, and you had a majority in the Senate, and for whatever reason they couldn't get anything done. Like I remember when the infrastructure bill was first announced, it was like $1.5 trillion, and they got trimmed down to like $300 billion. Still a lot of money. Not the same though. And that's it. That's all you have. That's all you really have to hang your hat on in terms of major legislation. There's some smaller legislation which is important, but it's not as important as the big stuff that you ran your campaign on. And I think that's hard. So there's a lot of people, myself included, that are like, okay, well, what's the point this time? If you're going to run out another candidate and promise us the world, and the DNC has done this for, she can pull with minorities and women. Okay, we'll get to that. If you're going to keep pulling out the like anybody but Trump thing, it just gets old. Like it legitimately gets old. You want somebody that's going to, you need to tell me why I should vote for you, not that you should vote for me because the other person sucks. Like, right? Like, think of this. If you have somebody that's selling you on anything, right? So, or telling you about a restaurant or whatever, and rather than telling you that whatever they're selling to you is a good thing, or whether the restaurant is a great restaurant and they're giving you examples as to why this restaurant is good, or they're giving examples as to why whatever they're trying to pitch to you or sell you is good, and they're just trying to shit on everybody else and say, well, you should come to me because this sucks, this sucks. It's like, you're not going to do that. You're going to think to yourself, why can't this person tell me anything good about them? You know, or why can't this person tell me anything good about what they're selling, or whether they're cooking or whatever? Like that's the hard part of it, right? And when you tell somebody, yeah, you know, I've got, we're just gonna use Italian food because it's in my mind. Oh, I've got the best, you know, I've got the best pasta in all of the city, and then explain to why, versus say, hey, don't go to these other Italian restaurants, they all suck. I'm better than they are. Like that just doesn't work. Like you automatically, you might be like, okay, great, and then you go to that restaurant and the food's kind of like meh, and you're like, okay, well, if this is meh, like I'm gonna try other stuff. You can't, and you say, hey, you tell the person like, oh, it was, you know, it was an okay meal, but it was kind of meh, and so I'm gonna go try another Italian restaurant. And the person that owns a restaurant tells you like, why would you do that? They're all terrible. They're worse than me. You're probably not gonna believe them. You just aren't. You're gonna sit there and say, well, you didn't, you know, come to fruition on what you said before, so why would I believe you now? And that's the hard part of it to me, is that as a voter, an independent voter, that's what I'm registered as an independent voter, how am I supposed to believe that the Harris campaign is going to do anything different than, you know, what has happened before? Let's see here. Yeah, more than one guy's polls. Regardless who's to blame, life is a lot worse than it was 6 years ago. That's not usually a safe bet. I mean, nothing's going to change power. I don't think so. I do think that there is a potential, if you believe in like Project 2025 and all that stuff, there's a potential for some big shifts. And, you know, the thing that I would say, if I was a, you know, hardcore DNC voter, is how have you not done the same thing, right? So how does the DNC not have their own version of Project 2025, which for the most part, like hardcore voters of the GOP think it's great. Like they think it's a great thing. It's the independents, the moderates that kind of are on the fence about it. But how does the DNC not have a path of succession? That to me is weird. It's very weird in a sense that it just like how you're not a Brew and I joke about this with Blizzard all the time. It's like you're not an indie party here. Like you are the party that is supposed to be the counterparty to the other party. Like how do you not have a direct plan to do certain things? And it's like, but we don't. Well, not we. They don't. They just want to tell you how bad Project 2025 is. And it's like if I'm a voter, I could care less really about that. Like, hey, don't vote for me. It's like, okay, so instead of Project 2025, I'm supposed to vote for nothing, technically, because you don't have a plan set aside. And that to me is the weird thing of like, okay, so I'm supposed to just to vote because I don't want to have Project 2025. It's voting off of fear, essentially, versus substance. Like, what's the substance? I mean, she's been the nominee for what, a week and a half, almost 2 weeks now, technically. And I'm just like, where is the huge platform that we're supposed to have? Like, there should be a platform. There should be something like, here's my PowerPoints. We're going to get this done, this done, this done, this done, this done upon election day. And there's none of that. There's literally don't. People don't vote on policy anymore. That's kind of not true, but it's mostly true. I would say that people vote based on feeling. I would agree that. So therefore, you should have stuff that's feelings other than Orange Man is bad and scared. I think that's dumb. When was the last time policy played a role? I mean, if we're being honest, it happened with Obama when he first got elected, and then it happened with that's really about the last time that I can remember, is that he had the whole slogan of like, yes we can, and then he did nothing also, and then people just kind of voted for him in general. The Biden got elected because of Orange Man is bad, he's scary, and I don't think that's going to work again personally. I just don't. Attack, not Trump. I don't. The platform is not that. The platform is democracy is under attack because there's the Orange Man, and that's again. We did that already. We did that 4 years ago, and we already had that. So that's why I think it's doomed to fail unless there's some sort of. Sorry, my side hurts. I have a bad side that hurts. I don't think that things change. It doesn't move the needle for independent voters. I don't think that it does that if you're just going to keep using the same thing you used 4 years ago. Like, I understand, like, repetition, all that good stuff. I just don't think that it's going to move the needle with people. In 4 years, nothing changed. Most sectors, slogan was changed. In 4 years, nothing changed. Correct. That's kind of the same thing with Biden, is that we got one piece of legislation, like Obama passed the Affordable Care Act, which I think is a fine bill. I don't think this, I think it could have been better. I think that's fine, but you can't stage your whole presidency on one bill and act like that's gonna be your thing, similar to when he got reelected. And similar to like Trump's big thing was the tax cut that he got. That was it. He promised a lot of stuff, and the majority of the stuff didn't come to fruition, which is why we now have Project 2025, which is supposed to make everything that was supposed to happen the first time happen this time. The DNC has nothing that's comparable to that. I'm not saying they have to go to the extreme of what, if you believe in Project 2025, what the extent of that is, but there's no plan. Like, people want to know plan. Like, even if it's complete bullshit, people want to know what the plan is. They want to know that you have some sort of thought out process to do something, because like, what's the point then? The whole fear mongering isn't gonna work. Trump will he can start naming off all this other stuff in his rallies, which are kind of comedic in their own sense, and it's like, and people get riled up that because at least he somewhat has a plan. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but he tells people what he's gonna do. We don't really have that with Harris. We don't know what she's going to do other than continue Biden's agenda. And people are like, okay, well, what is that agenda? Like, I don't know if that's what I want to do, because I have no idea what that agenda is, kind of thing. And that's the hard part, is to say, like, where do we go from here? What do we do? And she's only got 2.5 months, if that. To do. I do like that when Biden announced him dropping out of the race, that we did have the is Biden dead theory that ran rampant on the internet for like 4 or 5 days till Biden gave a press conference. That was kind of funny, interesting to me. I delved into that rabbit hole for a little bit, to go through, and people freaking out because, I mean, he is sick. I mean, it's also like, he is old. Not saying that being old is a bad thing, but he is old. So when he gets sick, it's like, you're not going to recoup or recover as quickly as other people. Biden forgot his own agenda. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It's rough to watch. But no, him being dead theory was pretty funny, comedic rather, for like a week. The curious part of me, and this is the interesting to me, my buddy Alex Jones, yeah, right, is that I'm gonna be curious to see who Harris picks as her VP. Not that I think that her VP candidate is going to potentially swing a large portion of people, but I do think her VP candidate could potentially swing people that are somewhat on the fence, in a sense. I've listened to way too much coverage about it, and I hate that I do. It's like a huge guilty pleasure. But I've heard some people calling for her to take the or appoint the governor of Michigan as her VP candidate. I don't think, and also what's his the department secretary of transportation, what, Pete Buttigieg, I think. Yeah, him too. As the other one, so Gretchen Wilmer. I can't think of her last name. I feel bad. She's the governor of Michigan. Either of them, I don't think the everyday voter is ready for that, in a sense of that you're having potentially, I'm saying this out loud, it's going to get me canceled. You're going to have potentially the shot at having not only the first woman president, woman of color, you're going to also have a woman vice president and or potentially a LGBTQ vice president. I don't think they're ready for that. I think she has to go with, I would say, a generic white guy. And that's not saying that I don't think Buttigieg or Whitmer, that's her last name, right? I don't think either of them are not qualified. I wouldn't say that. I don't think they don't deserve the opportunity. I just don't think if you're trying to sway moderates or you're trying to sway progressives, per se, to your side, or people that are independents, I don't think that you're going to get them to immediately jump on the wagon for that versus, say, the governor of Pennsylvania or the governor of Kentucky. I think the senator from Arizona, that guy, I think he's completely off the list. You can't do that. Even though I think his record is pretty interesting, I don't think you can have somebody that is an advocate for taking guns away and gun control as your VP pick. I just don't think so. I mean, it's understandable that he has had a wife that was also potentially assassinated, shot in the head with a gun, so he's become an anti-gun advocate. That's fine. I just don't think if you're trying to get people that are in the middle, get those fringe voters in those swing states to vote for you, I don't think that you're going to be able to sway them if you say, hey, I'm going to get an anti-gun advocate as my VP. Just don't. Similar, it's why I don't think you get Whitmer. I don't think you can get Buttigieg on the ticket either for that same reason. Because if you get either of them, they're going to be able to be hammered home. Pete can't help with the VP vote. Man can't even show up to work. Oh, goodness. So that's why I think it's got to be one of those two governors. And I know they're generic. They're generic is shit. They are. They're just, white guys that are governors of somewhat. I think that if you get the one from Kentucky, I think that's probably I don't want to say better. I think if I was going to do it, that's probably the one I would do. Just because you have a DNC governor over a very red state that's not a swing state, and he appeals to GOP voters because you have to. And like the data shows that he has flipped some counties in Kentucky from red to blue versus I don't think the governor in Pennsylvania is a bad pick. I just don't think he would be as relatable versus the governor from Kentucky. I think the governor of Kentucky, like if you're going to do this, you got to full send somebody generic, somebody that's going to appeal to GOP voters, and a guy with a Southern Kentucky accent might do that in, say, Arizona, or Michigan, those Pennsylvania, those swing states where you have rural parts of the state that you're going to try to need to pick up. In Georgia, you know, if you're trying to get Georgia to be blue again, like those are probably your picks. There's not really anybody out. I don't think like Roseanne has a clip or whatever where she said that it's actually going to be Michelle Obama or Hillary, which we're going to watch in a minute. I don't think that's the case. No, I don't think you do that at all. I think that it's got to be somebody that's very standard and specific. Yeah, no. I would say that it's just got to be something generic. And I hate to, and I'm not saying that anybody else that I didn't mention isn't qualified, couldn't do the job. So if somebody's gonna clip me, sure, whatever. I just think that what the common everyday voter is gonna want at this time is not something that's complete shock value, in a sense of that you can't have both be completely drastically different than the status quo since our country's been, you know, a thing. Not saying that's a bad thing. So I'm just preface not saying it's a bad thing. So somebody wants to sit there and be like, Boyd is a, you know, anti-woman, anti-person of color. That's not what I'm saying. Or anti-LGBTQ. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that is as a political pundit. Oh goodness, put this down too far. If you're trying to win and you're trying to get voters that you know that you're not going to get currently, right? So if I have voter group A, which I know is going to vote for me regardless, I have voter group B. Am I saving this as a VOD? Yes, because there's no music in it, I get to save it as a VOD. Feelings do matter, but I also think that feelings matter with the people that are on the extreme ends of things. I think the policy matters for those in the middle, because they're the ones that are going to pretty much dictate their vote based on what the policy is, right? Like I knew loads of people that were in the middle that voted for Trump the first time. Anecdotal evidence, I'm saying this again, anecdotal evidence of people that said that they wanted to vote for Trump because they wanted policy for the Supreme Court and laws and all that good stuff. And they got that. They got the Supreme Court nominees. They got all that stuff. And they said, we know that we don't like Trump, but we want the policy of the potential Supreme Court justices. So they got that. I think that otherwise they probably wouldn't have voted for him. They said they wanted also to, you know, make sure abortion wasn't legal, all that other good stuff, and they got that. So those are things, those are policy moves. That's not feelings. Those are policy moves. You say, hey, I'm going to do that, because they didn't like the guy. They thought the guy was crook, criminal, whatever you want to call him. They thought all those things. It's just that they decided to vote for him because of policy, and they're in the middle. Sorry, I'm looking at something on Twitter. That's why I did that. And I think that's where you kind of have to have something to stand on, which is the whole plan. Like they need to have a plan. If they're going to do anything, they need to have a plan. Otherwise, this is a complete waste of time, a fugage type of thing where you're just wasting everybody's time and taking up, you know, political campaigning money, and they don't have anything. I would like to know personally, like, what is give me a PowerPoint of what you're going to do, the time frame you're going to do it, relative time frame you're going to do it, and give me something along with who your VP pick is. I understand that they don't have to name a VP until the DNC thing, which is next month, if I remember. The DNC, excuse me, the DNC, I don't know what it's called. Not conglomerate. Shoot. The thing that Trump was just in for the GOP. Delegate. There we go. Their whole convention, the DNC convention, whatever they're supposed to be in the DNC convention, she has to pick it. I think it would be better for her to announce a VP way before then, because then you would get that person to be able to A, help raise funds, and then B, also be able to help be on TV time to help sway people. Delaying that is not going to matter as much. It just hurts you versus keeping you. I don't think that that is a smart thing to do there. But again, if I had to choose somebody in their position, if you're trying to politically win, it would be the governor of Kentucky. Anthony something, I think, right? Let me see. Governor of Kentucky. That's an F, not a G. Yeah, Anthony Bouchard. That's a guy. Yeah. If you're going to vote for somebody. If you're going to get somebody, and Anthony Bouchard would be the guy that I would think of. So, we'll now move on to also Trump picked his VP at the GOP convention, which is JD Vance, which has been kind of a mixed bag. And I would say a mixed bag in a sense that it has somebody else on my phone. Where's my MLOs? Oh gosh. Oh, thanks. That it's always interesting to me that all these people, especially in whatever party, are never this person's candidacy or never this person's pick or whatever. And the moment they get to be put in power, they're just like bend the knee. And I get it. It's similar to working somewhere and you're like, I hate our boss, I hate our boss, I hate our boss. You get a promotion, and all of a sudden you have to make excuses for said person that you've been shitting on for however long that it took to get there. But there's that. There's the whole thing about JD Vance, fucking couches, which is completely unsubstantiated. It's funny, but unsubstantiated. And that I don't see how, if you knew that you were going to be, because it has to be, it can't be like a thing that just randomly happens, where he just out of the blue, somebody came to him in the middle of the night, like shook him up. His wife's like, hey, Trump's going to pick you as the vice president candidate. He's like, oh my gosh, this is so amazing. Like, there has to have been conversations beforehand that happened with him to where he kind of knew what was going to happen. And how did you not have somebody scrub your social media accounts is beyond me. Like, how did you not have somebody scrub your social media accounts and press, stuff that you've done beforehand and everything for the amount of people that are going to go through and find that and then repost it is kind of funny. It is kind of funny in a sense that it's just like, my dude, what does it mean for that campaign as a whole? I don't think it means anything. I don't think he sways voters any which way. I don't think he's charismatic enough to sway anybody. He kind of repeats what Trump says, and that's kind of an established message. And I don't think that what he's saying, whether it's the crazy cat ladies or that you're supposed to have children to vote, and if you don't have children, you can't vote, like, that doesn't help that portion. It only helps the other side give pushback, because what he's saying is kind of not fanatical. What he's saying is just over the top and hyperbolic. I don't want to say fanatical. Yeah, over the top, hyperbolic. And that will stir up other people that wouldn't have voted for him or think that they shouldn't have voted for him to vote for somebody else instead. Sorry, I gotta rub my glasses off. They're kind of screwed. So I don't know. I don't think he's the worst pick that Trump could have picked. I also think he was just kind of a run-of-the-mill. Much better. He was a run-of-the-mill pick. I'd be curious to know, because we haven't really heard it. I'd be curious to know, like, what his foreign policy advice is, or what his policy is on fiscal stuff in terms of, like, the budget. But we probably won't ever get that. Especially since Trump is dropping out of debates with Harris. I don't know if Vance is going to do the same thing with whoever Harris's VP pick is. But I would like to know more about him versus all the hot take clips, which we might have one or two of. I don't think I'd have any of him for the end of this that will go into what the general message is, other than him just parroting what Trump has already said. And I get it. Oh, nobody in there. That you're trying to have a consistent message, which makes sense. I just don't know if doing that in his position really does anything, to be honest. I could be wrong. I could be 100% wrong. I could be 100% wrong. That maybe there is some sort of group that associates with him. And I don't know. All right. And I don't know what their strategy is going to be going forward, because they have built up their whole strategy to say Biden is old, decrepit, can't function, non-human in a sense of being old, non-cognitive. And now that he's not there, so how do you pivot that? I mean, you talk maybe about Harris's track record as a DA, where she put loads of people in prison for marijuana possession, maybe? Or maybe you talk about her supposedly responsibility of the border. I don't know. I don't know how you pivot that. I feel bad for all the not guys, all the people that made Let's Go Brandon and also Fuck Joe Biden flags and t-shirts and stuff that won't be able to sell them anymore because he's not in the race anymore. So what's the point? As anti-Calvin. Yeah, no, I would say the using her as because that would be my sticking point personally. If I was gonna go after her, I would not let any of her conviction stuff that happened in California go away. Like I would just nail that home all the time. I would nail that home all the time, and the just convicting people over marijuana possession in California, which I think California now weed is legal medicinally and also recreationally, and that she hasn't been the forefront to pardon everybody that she convicted for possession. Like that should be an easy layup. Similar to I'm surprised that they didn't dunk on Biden for passing a lot of the war or being a part of spearhead of the war on drugs when he was a senator back in the 90s. Like, how is that not something that's easy? It's just it's there. It's there. It's easy. You just pull it up and say, hey, this is what happened. Boop. Go forward. So I don't know. That's gonna be hard. And immigration, yeah, it's true too. Now he was the same way, and it's just one of the things where I know that in this current set of society, we are so quick to take something and then a week later or days later, whatever, jump to something else. And I understand that people can change and evolve and adapt. I just don't know how come those things are somehow overlooked. Like, if you're going to do this thing over here, which is bad for this group of people, and you're going to fast forward 10 or 15 years or 20 years and say, hey, I'm going to do this thing over here, be group A, you should vote for me, that you have to have some sort of evidence showing that you somehow made up for the original thing that affected group A. And that's not a thing. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird because there's nothing like, oh yeah, I did this or I did that. It's just like, nope, we just ignore it. Like, it's like rats underneath the house. We just ignore they're there. We know they're there. We just ignore them, and then we move along past our day. Like, I don't know. It's weird. It's definitely different. So, all right. I think unless he had very different thoughts, then yeah, he did. No, and I get people having a difference of opinion because 30 years in politics can change you. I just don't think there was enough evidence there to show that there's actual change other than I want to stay in power. And I think that's the hard part of anybody that's in politics as a whole, that's an elected official, is that once you're in, especially in the federal portion of it, once you're in, like, it's really, really hard. You have to be probably, I would say, a very big character individual to not want to give that up. Because you're guaranteed, what, I'm just using a round figure here, 180 grand a year if you're in Congress or you're in the Senate. You're given, these stipends. You're given essentially the best healthcare that the country has to offer, in a sense that you get to use like the Obamacare, but like the best version of it, and it's cheap. And I mean, there's been articles about how that because there's like doctors that run underneath DC, which is a thing. I've actually been underneath there. And like, we have so many people that are on dementia medication and all that stuff that are actually supposed to represent us. And that you have folks that are like stock trading because of insider information, Pelosi being one of the big ones with NVIDIA, where she made millions and millions of dollars. And it's like, once you get to that point, where do you essentially shift your morals to stay there? Because you kind of have to long term. Like, if you're gonna stay there for 1 term or 2 terms or whatever, but if you're gonna stay somewhere for 30 or plus years or 25 years, this isn't like I worked at a company for 20 or 30 years. I got to know people, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of stuff that happens in those situations, and there's supposed to be compromise that happens in those situations, but a lot of times that doesn't happen. It's some sort of donation that happens, some sort of lobbyist that says, hey, help us out. Here's some money from a lobbyist, or lobbying group or super PAC group that happens. And they don't donate to you directly, they donate indirectly so that you get a nice vacation or car or whatever. And that's where I don't know, other than with like having term limits, like how does that not a thing that people that go in uncorruptible per se then become corrupted, and that's hard. I don't know the answer to that. I'd be curious to know if there's anybody that did have an idea other than just say term limits. Like term limits, I think is like a not a cop out, but kind of a cop out answer. Like term limits, like yeah, sure, but how do you get a system that's currently in itself of I want to stay in power to agree to term limits? Like I don't know how you do that. Because everybody that's there has been there, even like the new folks, like your Marjorie Taylor's, your what's his face from Adam Gates, AOC's, all those folks that are new to the system. It's like they're there and they're not gonna not run anytime soon. Your Lauren Bobart's, your all those new people that are in Congress, quote unquote. Oh shit. Oh, hello. Dean. Oh goodness. Thank you for the follow. Hello. Appreciate it. Like, how do you get those people to say, like, hey, I agree with you. We shouldn't be in power. And I'm sorry I don't have a notification set up for you, Hallow. I'm gonna fix that this next coming week when I do my thing on religion next week. But I appreciate the follow, Hallow. I saw it on my end. That would be hard to get, and I don't think anybody that's there is willing to put limits on what they have or how long they get to have it. Because I know for the state that I live in, which is Florida, like there's term limits for Congress, or not Congress, there's term limits for the Senate and there's term limits for the House. And I remember in high school, I met a House member that had ran their 2 terms in House and they were going to run for Senate for their area because they couldn't run for House anymore. So, and they were like, hey, some of you are going to get old enough in 2 years to vote for me because I only have 2 years left. And some of you are like 16, 17, so you'll be voter's age. I just know how to do it on a federal level. Because you'd have to, it's like getting, I don't know, it's like getting people that are used to a certain status quo all to agree to change that status quo. And I don't know how you do that. I would be very, very curious to anybody that actually has an idea how to do that that doesn't involve some sort of catastrophic thing to happen, I guess. Not suggesting anybody do anything. This is a hypothetical thought process. Nothing, nobody do anything violent. I just don't. My own head says, okay, so how do you get this to happen without something ridiculous happening to push the needle to an extent to where these people are going to say, sure, we're going to agree to it. Because, I mean, unfortunately, we have, representatives or senators like Feinstein, they get wheeled out that can't talk and walk, but still get voted in because for whatever reason, voters want to still vote in candidates that are the incumbent for whatever the fuck reason. I don't know. All right. We are going to, I have to get that adjusted. I'm so sorry. I feel like so bad that there's no thing on stream. I'm going to get that fixed. All right, we're going to go through some Twitter stuff. So give me a second. We're going to look at, this is going to be the React portion of everything. So this is going to be the end of it. We're about 2.5 hours in. So 3 hours is kind of where I wanted to be. I think maybe they keep those people in power because they fear losing power. Well, no, I get, no, you're not wrong. That is true. It's just that if we're going to change the status quo, right? So say we're going to adjust all of Congress. And so say, hey, we want to get rid of, corporate lobbyists. We want to get rid of them being able to buy stock and trade stock. And we also want to put in term limits. How do you get down to getting those people to, because they have to agree to it. Like, they have to pass the law in order to do that. Like, we could have a president that comes in, regardless of who it is, and passes an executive order, and the Supreme Court could say that executive order is illegal, or that only lasts for 4 years, and then the next president comes in and does everything. Hey, Gamid, did you fix your computer? I did not. I'm not playing Call of Duty, so my computer's not overheating. That's why we're doing this. And I'm going to apologize now, Kimid, because this is not at all what you probably think it is. But I appreciate you being in here. And that would be the hard thing, is that you have to convince a bunch of people that that are in power that they don't need it. And that would be the hard part. That's a hard sell. Like, how are you going to convince those people to say, hey, you have to create your own laws to get rid of yourselves, right? Like, that might have been a thing 20 years ago, where people say, I'll do it for Murica. What? What the hell? What the hell? Oops, sorry. I have to adjust that. Thank you, Brew. But I have to adjust that. I'm sorry. This has been so long since I've done this game. Something this long, and I say long, 2.5 hours in, something that I have to go through my Nightbot and like adjust everything. Nightbot the jerk. True. I will commit to everybody that's been here today and whatever that I will adjust all of that this upcoming week. I should finish with my other handyman job that I've got, but technically I need to go bid out another one tomorrow. Person I'm working for has had another leak in the ceiling in another place that they might need replaced, but I will go through and adjust it, because like that shouldn't be a thing. 600 seconds, Jesus Christ. But anyway, we're gonna scoot on. Thank you, K-Mid, for popping in, though. I appreciate it. You're wonderful as always. Sip beer. I don't know why I'm wearing earbuds now, but I should now, because we're gonna have audio in what we're listening to. Bruiser, can you beat him? Can you ban him? Okay. Let's not be too extreme. So yeah. So if you can see on there, so this, and then also that wall over there will be the Captain America wall. I woke up early and went to the movie. The movies, what'd you see? Just curious. You see Deadpool? But no, I'll have to adjust. There's a like ladder that's right here, and obviously you can see all of this stuff. But there's Captain America above that, and then I'll remove the regular show painting, put Cap there, and then we'll have our shrine to Captain America. Nice. I like the movie a lot. Good movie, Deadpool. So. All right, let's go down the rabbit hole a little bit. I went through a lot of stuff for like maybe an hour, 2 hours. I have a handful of people that Blighted. I don't see how Blighted did. He's not a. Oh, are we mad at the Nightbot? Oh, sorry. Oh, that's fine. I went through and tried to get like some both stuff, just for stuff for, content, quote unquote, to go through, and we'll talk about them. Some of the videos are like 20 seconds long, some are like 2 minutes long. It's kind of whatever. We're not going to watch. We'll get to the point of where we need to get to, so there'll be a lot of stopping and pausing. It'll be my, quote unquote, reactionary content, which I kind of don't care for, but it's kind of part of the bit that needs to be done, so we'll do it. All right, let me see here. Why it's not there? Oh, it's fine. Yoink. All right, cool. Here we go. Oh, I covered myself. Oh, I'm so awesome. Not really. All right, cool. So we're gonna start out with this one. Let's see.
Seems like God's hand is on his shoulder. I believe it. I believe we all witnessed a miracle, literally. From, before it happened, the flag above got blown in the wind and it got tied into literally what looked like an angel.
Oh boy. I love you. Whatever. I'm gonna go play COD. Okay, have fun. Thank you. So this is kind of funny. I understand it from a religious person's side to think that Trump's assassination was like a gift of God. Not in a sense that he was killed, but saved, rather. Let me rephrase that. That his being saved from his assassination attempt was a gift from God. I do find that not, like, it's on brand, because you would think that. Like, if you're someone that's kind of a religious, person, you would probably think that. In the Christian faith, I can't speak to any other faith, just Christianity, because that's all I know of, is that and a little bit of Catholicism. But I do understand why you would think that. The whole flag being turned into an angel, I think it's kind of funny because I've seen it and it kind of wasn't, because angels in the Bible were like eyes and weird wings and stuff. But we'll keep going.
Did you see that video?
I didn't see it.
Oh my gosh, you guys have to find that. It was truly. It was like an angel coming down, and it was the American flag tied. They had to bring it down, and all the people in the stands helped unravel it. And it was literally before he came out on the stage.
Seems like God's hand is on it.
So I think it's kind of funny, in a sense that this person, who is a reporter for Breitbart, and Marjorie Green Taylor, bless her soul, is telling this person about a video that they haven't seen. So as somebody that knows people in the reporting world, it is ironic that she's saying that there's this video and he hasn't seen it. That is very, very interesting to me, because that would mean one of two things. Either A, he's not doing his job and not looking into things before interviewing her. Because you have to know that if you're going to interview her or any of the other somewhat extremist pundits on the GOP, that they're going to talk about Trump's assassination attempt. Like, they're going to. It's a sticking point. It's a good sticking point. And they're at the, RNC convention in Milwaukee. So that's the thing. Like, that happened, 3 or 4 days? I don't know the specific amount of time. But that happened literally a handful of days after the attempt. And this person hasn't seen the video. So one of two things. Either A, not doing his job because he hasn't seen it. Or B, she's making it up, and that's why he hasn't seen it, is that doesn't happen. So it's like one of two things. So if she says, hey, there's this video, this flag that's tied up as an angel, and he's like, I haven't seen it. Like, my brother in Christ, how have you not seen it? Like, this is your job. You work for a news publication, Breitbart. This is your job. You're supposed to see this. You're supposed to. And so that would be interesting to me. I personally haven't seen that. I've seen plenty of hot takes or videos of the assassination attempt, but I never saw what she saw. But I also didn't dive into it deep enough to look for that either. So that could be a thing. It's a very interesting interaction in that sense, that you have a reporter here that's interviewing her, and she's telling him, like, I've seen this stuff, and he's like, what? What are you talking about? I don't know. So that's one. Go from there. Yoink. Oh, don't want that. More MTG? I'm not gonna do that. Oh, I don't want that either. Here we go. Here's a decent one. And we're gonna look at this even though I hate it.
He's not gonna be able to lay on his ass and play golf every weekend. He's already trying to back out of debates with Harris. Why? There's a technical term in politics. It's PAB, and that means pussy ass bitch.
So, what he did just invalidates everything he said. If you're gonna say that about anybody, like, as a independent middle of the road voter, like, I don't care. I know that it's doing it for fun. Like, I just don't care. Because if you're gonna say that about whoever it is that you're against or running against or whatever, getting to this point of the conversational piece of it, of saying somebody's a pussy ass bitch, is just kind of time wasting. Like, we're 12 seconds in. You can see that right here. I don't really care what this person has to say at that point, because if you're gonna go to this extreme, regardless of where you're at, it means that you're just here for the interaction and the clickbait. Like, you're not here for anything else. You're here to, especially on TikTok, you're here to stir up people that are gonna say ha ha he he, and this is funny because there's no real content. There's no substance. I don't say content. There's no substance behind this. You're not gonna say, like, because I can guarantee they say that about Biden choosing to avoid debating others. No, that's also part of it. I didn't see that. Biden hasn't chosen to not debate anybody, to my knowledge. He's just chosen to drop out. But when people do this, it's kind of annoying. Because, like, I mean, he's got an Easter mic, so, like, his microphone, this is like a $400, $500 microphone, nice headset, probably in a nice room. And it's just like, I get it. Like, I'm not going to hate on you for getting your bag, you know. Biden did drop out of debates. Yeah, he dropped out because he dropped out of the race. I just think it's like, we could listen to the rest of it, but I don't really care because I feel like it's just going to be about the whole pussy ass bitch thing and have nothing of substance behind it. There's no telling us about why you actually think Trump dropped out. So this is why the guy takes it shitty.
Now, I may get reprimanded by the YouTube algorithm for that, but I don't care. That is the phrase that applies to Trump perfectly because he's trying to back out of the debate. Oh, big, strong Donald, the big macho president from hell. He can't debate a woman. Oh, I see how it is, Donald. Look, guys.
Okay, so let's unpackage this. So he could have said that without saying that Donald is a pussy ass bitch. Like, he literally could have. He could have said, because Trump does run on a platform of, like, masculinity and I'm a he-man, all that stuff. Like, you could say that stuff. There's nothing to do, from my understanding, and I could be completely wrong here. There's nothing to do about Harris being a woman. I don't think he cares. He debated Hillary, no problem. So we can't use that as an example, is that Harris is somehow a woman, therefore Trump doesn't want to debate her. I think that's dumb. I'm not saying that to, like, belittle her. I just it doesn't make sense, right? Like, logically, you're saying Trump doesn't want to debate Harris because she's a woman. No, that he did with Hillary a handful of times, and guess what? Hillary's a woman. You could have used the whole, like, macho man thing, and I think you would have been fine. I think that was my country coming out. I think you could have been okay with that, but starting at the beginning of calling him a pussy ass bitch. Like, why? Do you think Trump is going to see your TikTok? Do you think Trump is going to see your YouTube video? You know, says you get reprimanded by the YouTube algorithm, so that means somebody so this guy posts to YouTube, and then somebody or himself posts it to TikTok as a clip. So is that what we're getting at? Or are you just trying to stir up people to be interested in your content because you don't have substance? That's a better question for this. And not to say I don't disagree with the guy, or I just think that this is the wrong way about going about it. Not saying I agree with him either. I just think that if you start off a conversation of calling somebody a handful of names, regardless of what they are, that you're losing all logic in what you're about to say and using emotion. And you're using something that's going to trigger hate or fear or happiness in somebody else and not logic, which I think in politics we need to use more of versus what we've been shown to do for the last 10, 15 years, which is hate, fear, happiness, scared, which is fear. But I don't know, just that kind of thing where it's like, he doesn't want to debate Harris because she's a woman. No, bro, she debated Hillary.
This is an opportunity to take offense and not take offense.
I don't think so. So I don't think that's actually the thing, is to take offense and not take offense. I understand the concept that that person's trying to portray, because a lot of times DNC individuals don't say anything when Trump says his stuff at his rallies. Like, I get it. I just don't think that that's the right way to go about it. if you're trying to move the needle, because like the assumed, I say assumed, even though I hate using the word assumed, the stereotype of Trump voters is that they like vulgar things or like real things or whatever. And the DNC side doesn't, right? So that's a stereotype that's pushed by both sets of media or whatever. I don't think if you're trying to appeal to that, that's going to sway anybody. Like, you're not going to convince, if what you're saying is true for the stereotype, that Trump voters enjoy vulgarity and they enjoy, all these other things because Trump is real. You're not going to sway them over by partaking in that type of, interaction, right? So if I'm going to call Trump a pussy ass bitch, like, that's not going to do jack shit. Yes, see all the sports shit in my feed right here? Because I love sports too much. And so we're going to look at this thing of Roseanne real quick. Here we go. Eee.
Saying it's going to be Michelle Obama. It's not going to
Jesus,
be
the quality of this is terrible.
Michelle Obama is going to be the ultimate nominee. How do you think that's going to play?
Well, that's what I think they'll probably do with Hillary as vice in their open primary. I think it's going to be a big show that everybody needs to bring their popcorn to. It's going to be very entertaining. But, there's moves and then there's counter moves because we are in a war. We're in an information war.
All right. So let's take this in consideration. This is from Newsmax. The video and audio is a bit low. My bad. I can make it go higher. I just didn't want to blow anybody's ears off. All right, we can restart because
He's saying it's going to be Michelle Obama. It's not going to be Kamala Harris. Michelle Obama is going to be the ultimate nominee. How do you think that's going to play?
Well, that's what I think they'll probably do with Hillary as vice in their open primary. I think it's going to be a big show that everybody needs to bring their popcorn to. It's going to be very entertaining. But, there's moves and then there's counter moves because we are in a war. We're in an information war.
All right. So like I was saying earlier, we take this into context. This is from Newsmax, which you can't see because my camera and order are over that. And so Newsmax is trying to get notoriety, right? Just like Breitbart, just like anybody that's not Fox News, because Fox News, in terms of conservative media, is at the top. There's nobody else. There's them, and then everybody else, and there's them. Could I say like Turning Point USA is up there? You could say, but the big thing, Ben Shapiro is up there, which is also Turning Point USA. But it's Fox News and literally everybody else. Is Fox News losing viewers? Sure. Are they going to some of these subsects like Newsmax, OANN, Turning Point USA, stuff like that? Sure, they are. But it's not to the extent that Fox News is still not like king of the castle in terms of media. So when she says like we're at a war media-wise, she's saying that as if what she's on, is it a war with who exactly? Like, I don't know. Is it a war with, liberal media? Is it a war with YouTube media? Or is she saying that particularly because she's on Newsmax, that's who she's at war with? Which I talked about earlier today, the idea that somehow Kamala is going to pick Hillary Clinton, who was insanely unpopular, even with people that wanted to vote for her was unpopular, that she's going to pick Hillary? No, I don't think so. Or that Michelle Obama is going to be part of it? I don't think so either. I think that's just, you're trying to be edgy because you're not at the top, which is Fox. Fox is at the top of conservative media. They just are. It's like them, and I think like Fox Business right below them, and then it's literally like everybody else right below them in terms of viewership. But let's keep going.
And so we'll see every move they make, the other side counters it, and it seems that they always lose. Whatever they come up with, they always lose. They lost the Jack Smith thing. They lost the New York thing. They lost the, when it goes to the Supreme Court, they always lose. But of course, that's why they're trying to change everything about the Supreme Court in pursuit of their hero Obama, who.
All right. So more to digest there is that we jump from something that's somewhat relevant in terms of who the potential vice president nominee is for the DNC to her talking about all the federal cases that are against Trump or whatever, and about their failures and how the Supreme Court, all that other stuff, which doesn't really have any bearing on that. Like if you're a voter, you are not really caring about all that stuff. Like that doesn't matter. I mean, like Trump says it in his rallies, so just parroting it doesn't mean that much to me, I don't think. And you're just saying something to say something without really any sort of backing to that, because you're like, the Supreme Court, we all know the Supreme Court is very, very conservative leaning. There's no argumenting about that. There's not supposed to be. There's supposed to be this like independent body that does their own thing. But we know from like interviews and all that other stuff of those individuals that they are. I mean, Trump appointed 3 people that are on there, for crying out loud. Not saying that's a bad thing. Just that like you know where you're at. So this idea that there's some sort of boogeyman that's coming after you, and again, it's just old. It just gets old to hear that there's like, oh, well, they're going to send it to the Supreme Court. Well, yeah, that's what you would want, right? Like if you're in that position to think that, you know, there's this evil individual or people that are against you that's going after Trump, wouldn't you want it to go to the Supreme Court? Because we all know that it's conservative leaning. Like, wouldn't you want that? So saying like, oh, it's got to go to the Supreme Court. Yeah, you want that. You should be encouraging that, not saying like, oh no, it's gonna take forever. It's gonna go to the Supreme Court, guys. Oh no, like no, that doesn't make any sense to me. So, here we go. Let me see. No, we don't want that. I don't want that either. Don't want that either. We're gonna do all that here in a minute. And I have a lot of stuff. There we go. This one. Pete Buttigieg with Rachel Meadows. Oh yeah. This is gonna be doozy. We're not gonna watch all 6 minutes of it, just so you know. I don't think we have to.
For tonight's purposes, since I am on in private capacity, please just call me Pete.
I will find that uncomfortable to do so, and so I'll try to awkwardly avoid calling you anything. Let me ask you about personally what these last few days have been like for you. Obviously, you ran for president yourself in 2020. You're a member of the president's cabinet. You have since endorsed Vice President Harris in her presidential bid since the president has said that he endorses her as well. What has your few days been like, and how are you feeling tonight?
It's been an extraordinary few days. I was actually on a plane, maybe fittingly enough. Chasten and I were making our way back home to Michigan after appearing with Vice President Harris on Saturday for a fundraiser to support the Biden-Harris ticket in Massachusetts. And like everybody, stunned by the news and really moved to see the president do what he's done time.
All right, so we're gonna pause it there. The thing that we as a group have to understand is that this individual, Pete Buttigieg, wants to be vice president. Like, he wants to be on that ticket. It would be in his best interest to be vice president, right? So he's going to talk glowingly about Harris. He's going to talk glowingly about Biden, because that's what he's going to do. He's on a friendly network, MSNBC network, and he is going to say great things because he knows that there's somebody that's an advisor to Harris somewhere that is going to tell her, like, hey, did you see this clip of Pete talking greatly about you, in hopes that, you know, he is going to become the vice president-elect, which I don't think he will, but, I mean, I'm not going to poo-poo on him for doing it. I just don't think that you would give as much of a glowing thing about somebody that we honestly don't really know a lot about. I mean, Harris hasn't had a lot of airtime just in general in terms of a VP, now potential presidential elect. And to have somebody come up and be like, oh my goodness, we were on a plane. I was like, okay, cool. You know, what does that have to do with this? And so we are a minute into the video, which the majority of the video was him and Rachel Meadows just kind of laughing, going back and forth, which is fine. It just would be like, if you're going to clip it, you should have clipped it further forward so that we could get to what I want to get to, versus having to deal with 45 seconds of baloney to get there. So
time and time again, which is to put our country first. I think it's really important to note just how world historically rare it is.
So he mentioned putting the country first and historically rare. I don't think that's the case, to be honest. I think that wasn't going to happen. I honestly don't think that Biden was actually going to step down. I think somebody else somewhere, that's my conspiracy theory for the day. I think somebody else stepped in and was like, we can't do this. Somebody higher in the DNC was like, we cannot do this anymore. Like, because he had opportunity after opportunity after his debate with Trump to somehow look strong and pertinent and all that good stuff, and he failed at every attempt after that. That's what happened. I wouldn't say he was forced out. I would say he was probably strongly suggested to leave because somebody somewhere said, hey, you can leave now or we can rip this from you and you can stay with your dignity. And that happens in sports. We're going to sports too. That happens a lot of times in sports where a team will say to a player, you can retire or we can just cut you. So if you want to stay with the team to retire, great. We will let you retire within us as a team, and therefore you get to keep your dignity versus we just like cut you and you're seen as like kind of a disgrace as a whole. One of my favorite movies of all time is For Love of the Game with Kevin Costner, and that's literally what the whole movie's about, is an older pitcher that gets to go out on a high note. Biden's not going out on a high note, but it's no, I mean it's better than that, but I think that it says, I think it's better than losing to Trump. I think that's fair, but I think the DNC at least is realizing that they can't have him keep going. Like, you can't run that out and think at any point in time you're going to win, because it's just too obvious. Anybody that is somewhat cognitive is going to look at that and be like, the hell? What? Like, they're going to see that. I mean, I watched the whole debate, I watched the majority of the debate, like 85-90% of it, and I was like, I'm watching this? Is this for real? Like, Charlie, is this for real? Like, this is what we have? And it's like, I get Trump is old too, or I say old and, he's in the 70s, but it's just like, this is a clear difference, and there's no way to make that up in terms of, like, make it up in a sense of, like, there's no ground to make up between the two when you're watching it as a casual viewer. So I don't think that Biden intentionally gave up the spot. I think that he gave it up because he was kind of forced out. And I say forced out in a sense of not that, I think he was given an option. Like, you get to retire, dip out on your own time, technically, or we're going to rip this from you because we have to, because there's no way in hell that you're going to be good.
We're the most powerful person in the world to set aside that power. That has only happened a handful of times, especially doing it in the interest of the country and in the interest of the party. And at the same time, making clear that he's going to keep doing his job as president, leading what happens.
All right. So what he said there, I don't think he's doing his job anymore. If at this point you have relinquished and said, hey, I'm going to step out, I think there's aides. I think there's other individuals like Pete is probably doing his job, but I think Biden's just kind of checked out. He'll give some speeches somewhere. He'll do some other stuff, but there's no way like any of our political adversaries or our political allies are paying any mind to Biden anymore at this point. Like, zero. None. They're just not going to. They're going to sit there and say, hey, you've already said you've checked out for the day, so we're going to wait till the next person checks in, which is happening, in November, and they're going to check in January. Like, that's who the world stage is going to look at. Like, they don't give any sort of fuck to care about Biden or what he does, what he says, because they know he's leaving. If he had stayed and said, hey, I'm going to stay in office, yada, 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 or run again, then they might get some sort of interaction with our allies or adversaries or people you're trying to negotiate treaties with. But not anymore. Not anymore. They're literally like, okay, we can wait 6 months. We're in July, so August, September, October, November, December, January. 6 months, yeah, we can wait 6 months for the new person, because whoever the new person is, there's gonna be a transition team that happens even before January, which is what, like 4 or 5 weeks. And so it's like, we're gonna contact whoever is gonna get elected. It's not you, yeah, we don't care. So you're saying maybe 5 months is where you're at, 5-ish to 6 months is where those countries will say, yep, we're good. We'll sit steady, especially with the Olympics going on, which is only a couple weeks. But still, like, all that stuff's going to happen unless there's some sort of major catastrophe, which we don't hope for, never would advocate for. Like, all those countries, allies, and adversaries are both going to say, we don't care. So you're not going to have any meaningful breakthroughs with Russia and Ukraine. You're not going to have meaningful breakthroughs with Israel and Gaza. It's like, those are the two big ones. You're not gonna have anything with China and Taiwan. All those big hot button things, not gonna happen. The stuff going on with NATO, they don't care. They're gonna focus all their efforts on knowing what's gonna happen going forward with the next person. And so to say that, I think is not in bad faith. It's just like kind of front running, because not front running. It is just giving good face so that you hope that Harris sees this and you get picked.
Has already been established as one of the most productive and one of the most beneficial presidencies in American history.
Yeah, no, that's not true at all. We're gonna stop there. Nah. All right. Here's MGT with another person from MGT Live, which I think is Marjorie Green Taylor.
So let's talk about children. Children are in the greatest danger in America today because traditional family values are being destroyed. The idea that mom and dad together, not fake mom and fake dad, but biological mom and biological dad.
Yeah. All right. So this is something about keeping children, saving the children, right? I am married to somebody that has a stepfather who is much better than her biological father in terms of like emotionally supportive and all that good stuff. I have an older brother that is same situation. My older brother is 7.5 years older than me, and he was part of my father's first marriage, so he's my half brother, which he's always been my brother. I just say half brother because, like, technically. So this idea that you have to be with the original people is dumb. So say you're adopted. Say that you were, again, somebody in your family died. So say one of your parents died. Whatever. It's just hyperbolic. It's just here to stir up individuals to save the children, which I get. Like, I get that's an easy out. So anything in general, you say, hey, we got to save the children. And because most people will say, hey, yes, we have to save the children. Children are great. We want to save them. I just don't really care. Not don't care. I just, in this situation where you're having two people in very nice uniforms, suits, sit there and say, hey, we got to see the children. I'm like, what are you all doing? Kind of thing.
Can raise their children together and do what's right for their children, raising them to be confident in who they are, their identity. Their identity is they're a child, made by God. So let's talk about children. Children are...
Okay, so let's go into that too. So she says that she wants children to be raised by their parents to enjoy their identity, right? And that kind of gets into a sticky situation of trans identity, in a sense that we live in a state of time where children can embrace one identity or another, and their parents can say yes or no. Right? Because that's what you just said. We want to make sure parents can make decisions for their children. There's loads of states. I'm not advocating for any which way. I'm just saying, talking out loud, that there are certain states where if a child says, hey, my identity is this instead of this, they can't do that. And so she's wanting it to identify as a certain way, which is fine. But at the same time, at the same time, she's also saying that in a way to try to mask it, is that she's giving people this choice, when in a lot of states in the country, as a parent, you can't make those choices. Because you do. Like, you get to make choices in other states, but for a lot of states you can't. I'm not saying that they should or shouldn't be able to do that. I'm just saying don't portray yourself as a, hey, I want to make sure parents get to make choices for their children, when in fact you don't actually agree with that. I think that's kind of funny. All right, let's see here. No, I don't do Trump. No, my goodness, I have a lot more of that. No. All right. We're trying to go the other way, both sides, but I don't think I do. I think I have a lot more of GOP stuff than I do. Can I play?
Come on, folks. How can we expect our kids to pay attention in class and learn and succeed if they haven't eaten all day? We can't. And so that is why I want to give free breakfast to every child in Pennsylvania's public schools.
What's up? Okay. So I understand what he's saying. This is the governor of Pennsylvania, who I think should be a top potential running mate for Harris. Though I don't think he'll get it. He might, but I don't think he'll get it. I think in terms of like betting odds, he's probably like second or third. What he's saying, I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to make sure that children are fed. I really don't. I just wish that we wouldn't use the term free, because it's not free. It's taxpayer dollars. It always has been and always will be. It's taxpayer dollars. Like, your tax funds are going to spend this. The way you position that to seem at least not that it's free is that you say, instead of us giving your tax dollars to some wealthy corporation or some billionaire, we're giving it to children, right? Because it doesn't matter what you do in life, you're going to get taxed, and you know that. And as a common everyday citizen, you'd probably prefer your money to go to children that you've already been taxed for than to something else of somebody that's already wealthy. So saying it's free, I think is bad, because we all know, like any adult that knows, or any politician that's, you know, worth anything is going to tell you that it's not free. It's not. It's free in a sense to the child. The child is not going to have to pay anything for it, sure, but it is not free. We're using tax dollars to fund this. I just don't think that that's a bad thing. You just have to say what it is out loud and say, yeah, we're paying, you know, we're using our tax dollars for this, versus giving some mega corporation however many hundreds of $1,000,000 in tax cuts, you know? Like, that's not the worst thing in the world to admit to. I just wish they wouldn't use the term free, because it's not free. Similar with the, like, free healthcare and free government assistance for food and all that stuff. It's like, no, I mean, we know the money just isn't miraculously procured, like, poof, it just shows up. It's got to come from somewhere. I just wish that they would say, hey, instead of doing this thing to help out wealthy people or people that don't technically need the money, we did this to help people that do need the money. And I think a lot more voters in general would probably be on board with that. Because they'd be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You know, my money's going to roads. It's going to, you know, infrastructure. It's going to help children. It's not going to help build a new arena, a new stadium. It's not going to go to somebody to build a warehouse that was already going to build a warehouse here anyway. You know, that kind of stuff. So, my hot take. Oh, he's short. Not that mine's.
Thank you. I would respectfully submit to you that it shouldn't be okay to anyone here, especially when we're talking about a $44 billion budget, that people are going to bed hungry at night.
So there, I think that's a fair statement. So if his state of Pennsylvania, has a $44 billion budget, I think it's okay to acknowledge that you're wanting to help out children that are hungry. I think that's wonderful, personally. The stuff to say is like, and say that and say what you're replacing it from. So instead of doing this, give money to somewhere else, we are giving it to here to give children. Like, that is the easy layup. It's an insanely easy layup to do that. Hey, instead of this project to whatever interest group that we had, or to whatever person that wanted this money for their own gains, we decided to give this money to children. That would be a move there. I don't say saying it's free, because it's not. You're just admitted it's $44 billion in money. So that means the meals to children is going to be a part of that, right? We know that. You just said it. $44 billion, and that's why you're trying to rationalize that what you're giving away is okay, which is fine, but just say that it's not free, because it's not free. You just said it's part of the budget, and that's what we're getting to. Sorry.
And the kids have to go all day without a meal.
Yeah.
You know, we don't often talk about this because it's hard to comprehend that in a commonwealth as well-resourced as ours, people are...
Okay, so what he said, it's not hard to comprehend that there are underprivileged individuals, children specifically in this matter, that don't get enough food every day. Like, that's not hard to comprehend. A common everyday individual is not going to argue that, I'm using generic names here, little Johnny and little Timmy are not getting enough food and they need food. Like, nobody's going to complain about that. What they are going to complain about is that you're claiming that it's free, and it's not free. What they're going to complain about is you're going to do this, and you're still going to give some stupid enormous amount budget to some other corporation, which means they're going to get taxed more. So you can't have both. You can't have both. You can't help people out ridiculously amount, which I think is fine. I'd rather that money go to common everyday individuals. And you can at the same time also say, hey, we have this ginormous budget, $44 billion, and then, which is not part of the clip, going to then say, hey, we're also gonna give money to here. Like, there's only so much money to spend, so you've got to pick and choose. And personally, I would rather that money go, I said that too loud. Personally, I'd rather that money go to common everyday individuals than people that are already wealthy or people that are on the verge of wealthiness and want you to give them a handout to continue to be wealthy. So
we're hungry, but we need to have that conversation. We need to feed our kids.
Again, I don't think that conversation needs to be had about feeding children. I don't think there's anybody that would deny feeding children is a bad thing. I think that that is probably okay. I think that a lot of people would be upset that if you're going to say that, while again calling it free is a bad thing. So let's watch a Trump rally. Yay.
He's a sharp. You know, the press gets angry. They said,
oh shit.
Is President Xi of China, is he a smart man? I said, no, he's a brilliant man. He controls 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. He makes guys like Biden look like babies. They don't even know whether they're coming or going.
So, I understand, like, the angle of this. I understand he's in Michigan. It's just very interesting that he's saying it makes Trump look like babies. She's talking about Xi Jinping, the, president or no, dictator of China. And he is referencing about how that media coverage went like over the top about him saying that Ping was brilliant. So let's keep going.
Yes, he's the next day headline. Trump calls him brilliant. How dare? No, okay. Let's say he's not a smart man. Okay, whatever makes you happy. No matter what you do. I say he's a brilliant man. They went crazy because I called him brilliant. So I'm just going to have to say, he's okay. These killers, these are sharp. You know, the press.
So, the end of that is that he's saying that it doesn't matter what he says, the media will blow it up. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong in that. He's not. And like he said, I'm going to have to say that he's meh now. He can't say anything without it being blown up. But that's partially on him and also partially on the media as a whole, is that for whatever reason, this blows up. Like, his saying this blows up because media is at an all-time low, not all-time low, but it's at a very low point in terms of circulation because of stuff we already talked about earlier. And so he could say whatever, and they're still going to blow it up. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. People want to make this more into what it is, that he called Xi Jinping a brilliant person. And it's like, okay, cool. Like, is that your only sticking point that you have? And he's right, that people could say, he could say something, and because it's him, and because, he's the bad guy in this election cycle and the election cycle beforehand, that it's going to blow up. And it's true, because it gets views. Like, people are going to log into, not our BSB, but they're going to log into whatever news source because there is a huge amount of Trump coverage that's going to go on because they either hate watch it or they actually want to watch somebody to fail It's very similar to people who watch Cowboy games. They watch Cowboy games in the hopes the Cowboys lose. And the Cowboys have like the insane viewership that they have. Even if they're bad, they have insane viewership because people watch the Dallas Cowboys in hopes that they lose. Or they look in to say like, oh, are they going to lose? Okay, great. I get to tease Cowboy fans because they're obnoxious, kind of, and stuff like that. It's very, very similar. So he's not wrong in that. Wait, oh, let's see here. Was that the same thing? Oh, no, it's not. Harris, don't want that, don't want that, don't want that. All right, here we go. We're going to do this, and then it's going to be a lot of Trump stuff. I'm sorry. I apologize. Can we go?
The most, whether we're talking about choice and her stance on defending a woman's right to choose versus Donald Trump, who eliminated a right to choose in this country.
Well, he sent it back to the states, to be fair.
Let's be very clear. He is proud of the fact that he demolished the national right to choose in this country, period.
But there are states that are figuring this out. I mean, there are some that are, I mean, it's nearly impossible.
Woo. It's interesting that I'm honestly surprised that Fox, which you can't see because my thing is over it. So Pete Buttigieg is on Fox right now with a Fox newscaster that is basically trying to interact him, and he's throwing a complete curveball at her, and she's essentially trying to, whatever earpiece she has, trying to be like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You know, so that's kind of ironic or humorous in my sense. That how did you not know that? If you've seen any other Pete's interviews, whatever, he's very direct. I'll give him that. Very direct, very to the point, whatever. How did you not do research to know that he was going to just completely come out and directly be like, yeah, Trump got rid of Roe v. Wade kind of thing? Because all the Supreme Court justices he appointed said, fuck it, to Roe v. Wade. That is kind of funny.
6-week ban or less, but there are others. There are states in this country that allow no restrictions up until the due date of a child.
There was a national right to choose in this country, law of the land, for 50 years, which the vast majority of Americans believed was the right thing to do. But Donald Trump made a promise when he was a candidate, one of the few promises he actually kept.
So, ironically, just again, humor to me, this is so disrespectful. Like saying potential 2020 candidate. This dude is literally the department secretary of transit, and Fox is so petty. They're like, we're not even gonna put that on here. We're gonna put that you were a 2020 candidate 4 years later. It's so funny. Like, you couldn't have put, like, I get, yeah, Democratic, but it's like, you just need to put department secretary of transportation. Like, no, he was a candidate 4 years ago, guys. Like, trying to invalidate him a little bit, which is funny. It is funny. The first time I watched this, I totally missed this. It's just sticking out to me that Fox was like, all right, folks, we're going to back this shit up. Let's go. Let's put that he was a 2020 presidential candidate versus he's the department secretary of transportation. Oh, that's so funny. Sorry.
By the way, he didn't keep his promise of 6% economic growth. He didn't keep his promise to drain the swamp.
He did have a pandemic to deal with.
But even before the pandemic, America went into a manufacturing recession, which really hurt places like where I come from in the industrial Midwest. But anyway,
what? Weren't you the governor? Is Indiana the Midwest? I guess technically, I don't know about that. I don't know if the validity of that. I think that he's poignant enough to throw her off balance, and I do think it is funny. I say funny. I say humorous. I find a lot of things humorous. I find most things humorous. I just like to find the joy in things, because I think without humor, then what's the fucking point of life? That he is just throwing fire, and she's just like, I don't know what to do. It's funny. I don't know if there's some manufacturing recession or whatever. And the thing with a lot of people is that they don't understand that there are economic trends that happen, and usually they happen 4 to 5 years, or actually it's like 5 to 10 years after they're enacted. So I don't know if that was the case. I don't remember any of that. I know that Trump pushed for a lot of things that said manufacturing was on the rise. I don't know if that actually happened or not, to be fair. full disclosure, but I don't know if they were seeing a recession in manufacturing. I think we've been seeing a recession in manufacturing for like 20 plus years since we started sending all of our manufacturing to Asia and Mexico. So I don't think is a bad thing technically, but it's one of those things, like it's been going that way. I don't know if that's just happened under Trump or not.
My point is, he broke his promise for that kind of economic growth. He broke his promise to pass an infrastructure bill, right? He said he would do that. He failed to do it. The Biden-Harris administration got it done. He even broke his...
To be fair, that's the only thing that really got done was the infrastructure bill. He's not wrong there. That is the only thing that they got done. That is their pin. And that's about it. Everything else, that's the highest title they hold technically. Okay, that's funny. That's the only thing they've done. They've done literally, so the stuff that he's blaming Trump for not doing, he's not wrong, but the same thing could be said for the Biden-Harris campaign. They literally didn't fulfill anything other than one thing. They fulfilled the infrastructure. They literally failed at everything else. Everything else that their voters were told they were going to do didn't happen. It literally didn't happen. So we were told we were going to get immigration reform, didn't happen. We were told we were going to get healthcare reform, didn't happen. We were told that we were going to get reform with student loan debt, didn't happen. That's been blocked by the Supreme Court twice now. And it's like, and a few other big things. We were going to be told that we'd be stronger with our allies. Kind of. That's a 50-50. So you can't sit there and hammer at Trump for all of his, his campaign failures when literally the people that you are supporting have just as many failures as him. And I'm not defending Trump. I'm just saying, like, read the room. Like, you're going to sit there and jab. I get it. You're on Fox. So that's kind of the point in the bit, is that you're going to jab at the Fox News reporter or pundit. But, like, my dude, like, I know. It's like, I can go pull up, which I'm not going to. I can go pull up all the stuff that Biden and Harris said they were going to do, just like I could do with Obama. That's fine too. And it's like, and you get one thing. You got one thing in 2 years. Literally one thing in 2 years. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You had a majority. You had the House, the Senate, and the presidency. You got one thing passed that it was worth a shit. That's it. One. It's like, come on. Come on, my dude. Read the room.
His promise to that January 6th mob when he said,
"Oh,
I will
Jesus.
be at your side when you march down to the Capitol." But he actually did keep two promises. He kept his promise to destroy the right to choose in this country, and he kept his promise on tax cuts for the rich. And if you want to know what a second Trump term would be like, I would start by looking at those rare promises that he actually managed to keep.
He did say that he wanted to get rid of Roe v. Wade, but again, send it to the...
Yeah. Anyway, we're done with that. As you can see, I'm not a big Pete Buttigieg guy. Not that I have anything against him personally. I just not. All right. Oh my goodness. I think the rest of this is all Fox, isn't it? Okay, so let's talk about this. So there was this guy, Pete Souza, little break from video, that supposedly took a picture of President Trump, former President Trump rather, and it was of his ear at a rally, and it looked like his ear looked fine. So there's a conspiracy theory going around about that President Trump wasn't actually shot at because his ear looks fine. And supposedly Twitter suspended this person right here. Pete Souza. I don't know how to spell his last name. And it is interesting because if you are on a platform that's supposed to be pushed by Elon Musk, the main man of Twitter, who thinks that Twitter is supposed to be this bastion of free speech, I don't understand why you would ban somebody for posting a picture, because they've taken pictures of Obama, they've taken pictures of Reagan, like they're a White House photographer. Like they've done it for 30 plus years. And all of a sudden they took a picture of Trump at a rally where his ear looked fine and allegedly looked fine, and you ban them? So if true, I think that's kind of scuffed. I do think it's kind of scuffed because it's just a picture. That it goes back into what we were talking about like an hour ago, of silencing this person makes it worse for you as an individual because you're just giving them more credence. Was it possible fake picture? No, it was posted on his account and it was verified by like a bunch of other people because everybody, like the whole internet, or rather Twitter, went into a whole thing about doing all the measurements and all that stuff, comparing it. It's just, it was a picture of Trump like kind of hunched over like a pedestal, a podium rather, talking or whatever, and I think the caption of the picture was, oh, something to the effect of like, oh, the ear doesn't look that bad for being shot at or being shot in the ear kind of thing. And I think that's kind of what it was. Yeah, blue wave, but that was kind of the point of it, was that the picture, there's no scarring, there's no nothing, which you would figure, even if you're hit with like shrapnel or a bullet or whatever, it grazed you, that you're not going to like heal perfectly from that, right? Especially because of his age. Like older people in general don't heal as quickly as younger people, and that it looked fine, looked perfect. And no, but I haven't seen anybody say it was doctored. I think everybody said it was right, not right, but that it was the accurate photo of him. So I'm just very surprised of all things that that's what it'd be. If it comes out that it was a fake photograph or a doctored photograph, that's a completely different topic and a completely different situation. I just think it's weird that some guy that's been a photographer of the White House in general for 35, 40 years gets banned on Twitter for posting a picture. If that's the case. If it was fabricated or fake, I understand that. We'll see what next week. We might do a little whatever. We'll see next week if that's actually the case or not. So here we go.
President Biden, who is muddling his way through speeches, people know he couldn't go more than,
be better, right?
Yep, couldn't go more than 15 minutes. She's very good on the prompter. No one even doubted that. She had 3,000 people there. Why are they there? A lot of them have to do with, hey, I'm a Democrat. I thought we were going to go down in flames. Now we have a shot. But the problem.
I saw the video that showed the bullet rip off the ear. Do know if it's true or not, but it was clear something. No. I don't disagree with you. I'm just telling you the picture, and for the purpose of this stream and this content, I'm not going to go look for the ear picture. Like, I'm not going to. I'm just telling you that you can, because I'd rather my stream and or Twitter not get suppressed or banned. So I'm not going to go look for it, but you can go look for it. It's there. Like, it's as I said, unless it's doctored, which it could be. So we could say it could be. Unless it's doctored, it's hard to look to see and be like, were you literally like millimeters away from death? Because that's what it looks like, is that if it grazed you just enough, and I know that like your ears and your head and your scalp bleed like way more because there's more like blood vessels and blood veins, all that stuff that's there. So that's completely possible that it literally just like nicked him and he was millimeters or centimeters away or inches from death, which is completely viable and possible. That it's just, I'm not going to go look that up and show that here, because since this is the first time, I'm not big enough to not potentially get banned or suppressed. I'm sitting here with wonderfully all of 6 viewers, which I appreciate everybody that's here that's watching me. I just don't, I can't take that jump, sir. I can't take that jump just yet. I am not one of the big boys at the table here that's able to have those conversations or speculate on stuff. I'm just going over what I saw, which I thought was a topical thing of conversation, to say that somebody that's built their whole life on photography of presidents being banned from taking a picture and posting it on Twitter. Because it's like from their official account, and the picture that they posted of Obama, which is one that I just showed you where Obama's like leaning back, whatever, they took that picture also. And that's like, it's not the same thing, because it's not a president with a assassination attempt, but it's an unflattering photo of Obama where Obama looks pissed and looks like, what am I doing with my life kind of thing. That's where I think the parallel is a little bit, is that like they took unflattering pictures of every president they've ever taken pictures of, and they took a picture of the back of a president that shows their ear, because the internet, everybody like zooms in really quickly and like, oh look, the ear looks fine, and that's what happened, and then they get banned. I just think that's weird. So let's go back a little bit for this.
15 minutes. She's very good on the prompter. No one even doubted that. She had 3,000 people there. Why are they there? A lot of them have to do with, hey, I'm a Democrat. I thought we were going to go down in flames. Now we have a shot.
So what they just said about Harris re-energizing the base, I agree with a little bit, is that people watched the debate with Biden and Trump and kind of freaked out. And I'm like, well, here it is. And Associated Press says that photo is from 2022, hence not accurate. Oh, that makes sense. Why would he post it then? I'll be curious. I'll have to look that up. But that would be interesting. He's not wrong that there's people there that want to see it. It's true. People like something different than a Walmart greeter as your main candidate.
The problem with Kamala Harris, number one, she has not had her record exploited heavily because people thought and marginalized her. Even in the Democratic Party, they said, wow, what a bad choice Joe Biden made. Number two is she hasn't sat down for an interview. When she sits down in an interview and says, do you want to?
So she has sat down for interviews. She just hasn't sat down with what you're wanting for an interview. So is it not inaccurate that she's sitting down for interviews that you don't like? Sure. But this idea that she never sits down for interviews is not true, because there's plenty of clips of her like fumbling herself in interviews. Like, I've seen them. They're bad. I'm saying anecdotal evidence. That needs to be what's it called? That needs to be a thing for channel points, is anecdotal evidence, because I give it all the time. I say it all the time. But no, I've seen plenty of interviews with her. It's just that maybe she hasn't interviewed with Fox, maybe, or interviewed with Newsmax or OANN or whatever, or Turning Point USA, but she's given interviews. It's just that that's, to me, the hardest thing, the hurdle to overcome, is she's not really likable. So we'll see.
To fund ICE. Where do you stand on Medicare for all? Why didn't you show up? The most recent decision, already you got a question. She will not show up for the Prime Minister's joint session of Congress today. She rather...
So, what he said is all valid if she was a standing president. She's not. She's the VP. Like, she has to defer to Biden, in a sense, up until, a week ago? And her not going to, Bibi's thing at Congress for Israel is not unsurprising either, because she technically doesn't need to be there. She's got more important things to do. She's gonna run a campaign, so like, why would you go to a prime minister's thing? You're not the president. Technically, Biden is supposed to be there, not her. Like, she's not supposed to be there. And for Netanyahu, he's not going to care that she's not there either, because he doesn't know if she's going to be elected. And so he doesn't really care either. He's just here to pander to whoever. So saying that, like, oh yeah, she wasn't at the speech for the Prime Minister of Israel, like, I don't think that's a big thing. I don't. I think that she's got bigger fish to fry, as a sense. I'm not saying that any other way. I'm just saying, like, she's got bigger things to do than to go to a Prime Minister when she's actually not potentially officially the president. Like, I just don't. She's the VP, and I think Biden not being there is more of a big deal if he wasn't there. But her not being there is inconsequential. I don't think Netanyahu, whoever the future Prime Minister of Israel is, depending on whoever gets elected, whether it's her or Trump or somebody else, I don't think that person cares that she wasn't there, because it's like, I don't think Trump was there either. So why would you care, kind of thing. It's just goalpost moving, in a sense, that you're saying like, oh yeah, well, she was there. Well, yeah, but I mean, Trump was there. He was doing rallies, just like she's doing rallies and ads and all that stuff. She's trying to play catch up, so I kind of get it. It's kind of funny.
Address in the summer a sorority, a college sorority. Like, she can't get out of that. So that's her decision, and that's
rough. Just there's no way around that one. That's rough.
That's her decision to back up the protesters.
And how about the border? When they ask her about the border, I haven't been to Europe either. Remember, she said that she's the border czar. She didn't go to the president. She didn't go.
That's fair. She has not been to the border. I don't see how you tell people that you haven't been to it when that's supposed to have been your main thing that you're supposed to have done for the last, what, 2 years, technically? You know, or 3 years is when she was supposed to have been given the reins to that, is that she's supposed to be part of in charge of that. And I don't know. I can't speak for her personally. Just from the interview where she tells somebody, says, "Oh yeah, well, I haven't been to Europe either." Again, you're the vice president. Have you not been to Europe? Like, it's just hard to wrap your head around. It's like, SVP, have you not been to our major allies? So have you not been to France? Have you not been to England? Have you not been to Germany? Like, those are our big three over there, bro. Like, how have you not been there? And it's like I remember when it was announced that she was supposed to take over the border. I think it was like 2021 or whatever, where she was like given that as like her thing, and she gave this whole big speech, and she's like, "Yeah, I haven't been there either." Like, my brother in Christ, you need to be there. Like, it's a whole talking about a 3-hour flight from wherever you're at, 4-hour flight down to Arizona or Texas or New Mexico. Like, sheesh, read the room, my dude. Read the room. Okay, here you go. Can always go up, can't go down.
Do you believe that the Democrats have promised him something in return for him stepping out of the race?
I definitely think they promised him that they would all give him tremendous accolades, and the press would write glowing stories about him.
So, I don't think the DNC said they would give him anything for Biden. He's talking about Biden stepping out of the race or whatever. I don't think the DNC honestly said they'd give him anything. I really do think that it was you can retire technically on your own terms, or we can disgrace the shit out of you, is what happened. And I'm not saying that to be hyperbolic. I just using it as a sports term. I've seen it too many times in sports where a player that's older, past their prime or whatever, and a team wants to move on from them, says, "Hey, you can retire in the uniform that you have on you, or we're going to cut you, and it's going to be a big media news cycle that you're a terrible player, and you're going to have to live with that for the rest of your life." And somebody that's at least somewhat cognitive would say, "Yeah, okay, you're right, I'll do it," because it's like you're at that point where it's the tail end of your career. There's no real saving your career. There is that one of two things is going to happen. They said, "Hey, we're going to let you retire, and you get to say, hey, you know, I get to choose my destiny, or we're just going to push you out. We're going to literally just say, no, we don't care anymore." Because that's, unfortunately for him, and I say that unfortunately for him as a thing of like, I don't wish anybody bad things. Just that for him at his stage of his life, people are like, "Nope, we're done. We're done using you as our person of interest per se, and you need to move aside for the next person." And that's what they told him. I don't think they told him they would do anything for him to make his accolades great. I'm sure that they'll talk about like the economy, unemployment rate, and a few other things when he leaves, but I don't think they promised him any of that. I just think they literally said, "Hey, leave on your own terms so you at least get to save face, or we're going to rake you under the coals, like hardcore."
That's what's happened. The mainstream media complied with the request of whoever was in that smoke-filled room, and they've just been writing glorious reports of
So, mainstream media, this is a Fox thing. Actually, it's Fox Business. They're mainstream media, my dude. You're on it talking trash about Biden, just so we're aware, right? You're on a cable news network that is insanely popular, most popular news network in conservative media, and you're acting as if somehow other news networks are mainstream and you're not. That's funny to me. That is hilarious to me. And it says smoke-filled room. I don't understand the association there. I think that's kind of funny, because I'm like, what are you talking about? You think that there's like all these people sitting around like, "So what are we gonna write about Biden today, guys? What are we gonna give him to? Nobel Peace Prize?" It's like, nah, that's not a thing, right? This isn't a writer's room where in the 50s or 60s where everybody's smoking cigarettes and pounding cigarettes, my dude. I'm like, that's not a thing. It's just not real. Like, sure, you might get favorable coverage from other places. That happens with anybody. Just as Fox does it, Newsmax does it, OAN does it for conservatives. you're going to get the same thing with ABC, NBC, MSNBC, and CNN. Like, they're going to write favorable stuff or portray things more favorably towards people that they like versus you. That's anything. That's anything. That's just kind of funny. Smoke-filled room. Ugh. That's how you know that it's dated, is he's thinking about something that's happened before, like smoking laws were created, and you have a bunch of folks sitting there smoking cigarettes or talking about what to do. It's just humorous.
Joe Biden's tremendous legacy. I don't believe Joe Biden would believe Kamala Harris that she would pardon his son. I think that's one reason Joe Biden's going to remain.
So he doesn't believe that Harris wouldn't pardon his son, right? Like, why wouldn't she? If you think that's a possibility, why wouldn't she? Why? I mean, like, right? So she gets to take over because he, politically can't pardon his own son. He could, but he couldn't. Like, why do you think that she wouldn't? Like, if she gets voted in, hypothetically, she gets voted in, and everything goes as according to their plan, you don't think that people would care that she pardons him? You don't think the voters that voted her in are going to care that she pardoned him? Because at that point, she's not going to care at all about the people that didn't vote for her. She'll say that publicly that she did. People could question her morals if she doesn't given her track record. That's fine, but once you're in, right? It's just like saying somebody that you work with is a brown noser, and then they become their boss, and then you have to do whatever they say. It doesn't matter at that point. Like, if the goal for me is to become whatever it is, something X, I'm just gonna say it. So my goal is to become president. We'll use president. My goal is to become president, and I become president. Nobody, like, I've got 4 years to do whatever I want within reason, because the Supreme Court just said I can do whatever I want and get political immunity from it. So I don't think that she cares about that as a whole. She might care about that narrative beforehand, but not if she gets it. Could kill first team being elected if Biden gave her power before time is up. So I don't think it would kill her second term. I think that a pardon for whatever, if it was that she pardoned Hunter Biden, I don't think that would ruin a second term. I think policy would ruin a second term. I think that the narrative being pushed would be that she pardoned Hunter. Don't get me wrong, that'd be pushed. But I also think at the same time, if there's enough policy that was done, that would be a big deal. Or what's happening in the world, because most people don't care. They don't care that Hunter Biden's somewhat wealthy son gets pardoned. They don't care. They're going to care about their grocery prices. They're going to care about their gas prices. They're going to care about their electricity prices. They're going to care about if they can get insurance for their home, their car. They're going to care about interest rates. They're going to care about, like, all that other stuff. Like, if you can get past all that nitty gritty, or if you can pass any of that nitty gritty to make that better for common everyday individuals, they're not going to care that you pardoned this guy that was a former crackhead / cokehead kind of guy. Like, they're not going to. There are presidents that pardon people all the time. So, I don't think that's a thing. I think that if, and I'm saying hypothetical, if she does that and you have other stuff to follow up with it, that's fine. If she does that and nothing happens, then yes, that becomes something that gets added on top to say, hey, you did absolutely nothing with your first term, but what you did do is pardon a political ally's son. Like, that could. I don't think it's going to swing votes in a tight election, because you're talking about a tight election. So who's going to run, hypothetically, say in 2028? I mean, Trump is going to be, what, 79, 80 then? And we're to expect that he's not going to have some sort of decline just like Biden is having. Biden's like, what, 80, 81? Because Trump's, what, 75, 76? So, DeSantis, we've seen this live, my dude. DeSantis is so bad publicly. he's so hard. So I have a friend of mine that is so thinking that like DeSantis, he was like worried DeSantis was going to be president instead of Trump this term. And I'm just like, the guy can't, I mean, he's got 4 years to figure things out, but he just can't speak publicly. He seems like a mannequin. It's weird. He just doesn't have it. I just don't know. For Harris, I do think that she might have a one term if nothing happens. I don't think people are going to care if stuff happens and she pardons him. That's just my personal opinion. I could be 100% wrong in that. I just don't think that she's going to... I think a lot of what she does for the party and also the policy is going to matter more as a grand scheme of that. That's the only thing they have to hit at her at, is that she pardoned Hunter Biden. So let's say she does that. She's like, all right, she does it like her first month in presidency. I pardon Hunter Biden, blah, blah, blah. But then she passes a bunch of other stuff that makes an effect on people, regardless of what the policy is, whether it's the border, whether it's inflation, whether it's immigration, whether it's international stuff with our allies or adversaries, and a bunch of that stuff goes through. I think that's a bigger effect versus her if she does nothing. So that's just my opinion.
The presidency, I've always felt like he would pardon his son at the end of the day. And with respect to our investigation, I mean, we've disclosed all of the findings. The findings are horrible for the Biden family. Hunter Biden, Jim Biden, the president's son, the president's brother, they're going to need a pardon because the next Justice Cabinet is going to prosecute them.
Okay. So what you just said is that the Biden family is going to need a lawyer, because the new justice system is going to prosecute them. The thing, which is kind of ironic, is that the Supreme Court already said that the president can do whatever they want and get public prosecution immunity because they can do it as an official act. That's all he has to say. So this idea that you're going to prosecute any of the family that's not Hunter Biden, who's already found guilty, is kind of ironic. Whoever, whether it's Biden, whether it's Biden's, I don't want to say handler, but whether it's Biden's aides or whoever's with him or his wife, creates a speech or some sort of thing to say to the public, she could just say, yeah, we did all this as an official act. It's not and then it goes away. Because one of two things happens there. Either they have to let go of it and say, okay, well, he should, so you get some crying, crocodile tears from folks saying like, oh yeah, we should be prosecuted, which I don't disagree or agree with. At the same time, if they say like, oh, the Supreme Court should change its view, then you open yourself up to all like the Jack Smith stuff, and Trump also being who's the benefit of being able to claim immunity for stuff that he did under his presidency. And that's like the catch-22 of it. You move the status quo forward, but if I don't, that's the point. But if the Dem don't win, I think you and see them in court defeating themselves like Trump. It'll be tit for tat. Yeah, no. I personally think that if we're talking about a little part, I don't think she's going to pardon him, to be fair. I don't think so. I mean, we just saw a senator that's stepping down, a DNC senator that's stepping down or whatever because he got like fuck tons of money. Not fuck tons, but I mean, a lot of money, cars, and stuff like that. I think he's from Jersey. If I remember correctly, that guy, he's stepping down. I think that they're going to say they're just going to leave it alone. I also think Hunter's probably going to get a light sentence, if we're being honest. I don't think he's going to get some sort of harsh sentencing. He's going to get probably probation, if I had to guess. Nothing ridiculous. He's not going to go to prison for 15, 20 years. He's going to get probation and a fine, would be my guess. Back to this, I do think it's funny because, like I said, Biden can literally has the like get out of jail free card because of the Supreme Court, and them thinking that they're somehow going to prosecute anybody is hilarious because they get to literally say, "Oh, it was an official act." If the elf has their way, guns carry a mandatory federal sentence. The ATF. Well, I get that, but I understand that the drugs and guns don't mix, but we've already seen that those type of sentences don't matter because the what's it called? The Supreme Court has already ruled against federal agencies having oversight, like they did with the EPA. So they can't do those things. So I wouldn't be surprised. Again, we're setting precedents in the Supreme Court for laws that we've had established for 50 plus years, and they're rolling all that back. So you say, oh yeah, the ATF would have their way, blah, blah, blah. They're locking up, yes, I would say they lock up citizens for that every day. They're not locking up presidential sons for that. You know, that's what I would say. It all depends on like who you, I mean, that's life. It's who you know, and who has the money to fight it is also part of it. So do you have a fuck ton of money to fight it? No? Do you? Maybe? I don't. So I would get locked up for it, but that's not going to be a thing for them. They're going to literally take that to the Supreme Court. They're like, see? Here we go. You said that the EPA couldn't mandate what they're supposed to mandate. We're going to say the same thing for the ATF, for guns and drugs, and they would technically have to rule in the precedent of that already, similar to anything else that they've said too. Yeah, no, I've seen gun orgs defending him. I mean, that's fine. But all right, let's finish.
For perjury, for Congress, and for lots of financial
crimes.
And,
whoa.
With respect to me, what do we do?
I can't do the music. I don't want to risk it. Sorry. Next one. Let's see here. Didn't I do this already? No. All right. 4 more things of Trump. Yay. Can't wait.
We have lawyers at every poll booth. We have, that's what in fact, my instruction, we don't need the votes. I have so many votes. I'm in Florida now, and I drove to another location yesterday. And
so, why would you say you don't need votes? That to me is kind of weird. I'm not trying to be like a conspiracy theory here at all. I just don't understand. Is he saying that like he's that good enough that he doesn't need extras because of what's already there? Or so he's not trying to like buy people in? That's kind of interesting to me. That's a weird play. I'd figure anybody would say, hey, vote for me, I'm the best, blah, blah, blah. Like this is whole shtick. But saying you don't need votes is weird to me.
Every house has a Trump Vance sign on it. Every single house. There's not a house that we passed that doesn't. We have the votes. What we have to
drive
do.
by Charlie Crist's house then.
I know.
Just saying.
Jab at Charlie Crist is hilarious. Not gonna lie. That's kind of funny.
Charlie, I think Charlie probably has one up too. If you want to know that.
He's a Republican.
But everybody has. It's amazing the spirit. And I'll say this: we had 2 elections. The first election we did great. The second election we did much better than the first election. But this election has more spirit than I've ever seen ever before. And that's
so he's kind of not wrong. This cycle does, because you have had, which is part of the like rabbit hole I've been down before, is that if you think that like things were stolen or whatever, that shouldn't he have had just back-to-back terms, versus you're riling up people that might have thought otherwise, right? They might have been like, oh, I don't have to vote, it's no big deal, blah, blah, blah. But anybody that thought they didn't have to vote the first time for him is now like super on board that they have to vote for him now, because that's the thing. They get to use the fear mongering that the DNC doesn't get to use. They still use it, but it doesn't work. In this instance, he gets to say, hey, look, you should have voted me for the first time, you didn't, and this is what happened over a 4-year period of time, so you need to vote for me now, otherwise it's going to be worse than the last 4 years. And that is the play for him, which works. I don't know if it's going to work, but that's the play. Like the DNC saying, hey, vote for us, we're going to make things better because it's better than him. That doesn't work anymore. That literally doesn't work anymore, because you have moderates and centralists or whatever, or libertarians. They're like, we've seen what you've gotten 4 years to do with what you want, and we don't believe you. Versus people don't know what they technically know, but they don't know what a second Trump presidency would have been like if it was right after COVID 2020 to now, kind of thing. Versus you have a little peek into that with, Project 2025, which I think is so wild that the DNC doesn't have something like that. Like, how do you not have a plan? how do you not have a plan? So stupid to me. So anyway.
Because they've seen how bad these people are at government.
And next up Saturday in Minnesota. And next up Saturday in Minnesota.
Remember this, they're destroying our country, Brian.
Right.
They are destroying our country.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your time today.
Humorously, they did have to cut him off because he does ramble, which is not a problem. It's just funny that they cut him off. They're like, oh, Mr. President, we gotta go. That's like, airtime is airtime. Yeah, you gotta cut him off. So, let's see here. Let's see. 9 seconds.
That we're going
Okay, cool. Volume up.
to give immunity to police so they can do their job. I'm giving federal immunity to police officers so they can do their job. That we
So I understand police work is like a hard thing. Like I really do. I would just say giving federal immunity in a time where we just saw somebody that had mental illness get murdered in their own home by police is probably not the time to say it. I understand why he's saying it to his base. Like I do. They're like big police officer people. You know, back to blue, all that good stuff. I just don't know if giving federal immunity to every police officer that's in America is a good idea. And also, how do you pass that? Because I don't think it passes. I really don't. Because even, I think the backlash for that would just be a lot. So I think this is one of those promises that's probably not going to follow through. If I had to guess, it's just saying to be pandering. I don't think that that's actually going to make its way into what it's supposed to be. So we'll see. It is kind of wild, though, to say that. Like, I'm going to give immunity to everybody. I don't want to do that. Let's see. We got 2 left. 2 left. 2 left.
The good news, I told you I would tell you why it's bad, maybe add a little bit of color, but also tell you why we're going to win. We are winning. There are a lot of victories that have been secured. Some of them are partial. Some of them in ways that the other side doesn't yet know are foundations for what's coming.
So he's talking about is that, like, for this is heritage.org or whatever, conservative group. What he's talking about in the sense that they've won is that they have a lot of Supreme Court nominees, which is true. Very, very true. They've got 3 additional, and the court is very conservative leaning currently. When he says unknown, that is kind of interesting because there's a whole, this is about Project 2025. There is a whole list of stuff, like documents and documents about what they're going to do. So I'm curious to see like what they're going to pull out of their rabbit's hat or whatever.
And that's just the beginning. And we're not going to tell you everything that's coming. Because for the first time that I'm aware of, the conservative movement, or as I really like to put it, the common sense movement in the United States has really nothing to do with ideology.
Dude, you're going somewhere and then you went on the way. I hate to burst that bubble. There's idiots on both spots. So, ideologically, everything is based on something. So you've got something that's there. I just think it's funny that they're trying to say like, oh yeah, you don't know what we're doing. You don't know what we're doing. You don't know what we're doing. I was like, no, there's like full documents to show like what your plan is. The other end of the spectrum is that the DNC doesn't have a plan at this point. They don't have one at all. And I don't understand how you publish it. Like, I get it. I understand having this idea together, but I don't understand publishing it together at all. That's the weird portion to me. Is like, why would you publish it? Why don't you just keep it internal? You know, internal documents on a server somewhere versus like publishing it to everybody and anybody saying, hey, this is what we're going to do. Hey, this is what we're going to do. I mean, maybe it serves some voters, probably not. So, here we go. Volume up. Last one. Then we're done.
And again, Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more.
All right, so we clipped it there. So he's saying Christians go out and vote, which is fine. Everybody that's ever been president in our existence of humanity and also as the USA he's encouraged religious organizations to go vote for them. That's fine. The thing that I'd be curious about is, he says you won't have to do it anymore. What does that mean? Is he saying that he's going to... Some people say that this is like him saying he wants to be a dictator. I don't really think that. I personally think that he's saying that based on the idea that they'll pass enough laws that like Christian values will be instilled in our current, policy. So therefore you won't have to worry about voting. You can still vote, but you don't have to worry about it. I just don't think that it means that he's going to be a dictator, to be fair.
Years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have...
Yeah, when he says fix and fine, I think that means that he's saying that they're going to fix the current system so that religious individuals will still be able to vote. They just won't have to worry about voting for whoever in the future, which is still technically kind of bad. But I don't think that he's talking about that he's going to stay in power for the next 15, 20 years.
Have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
I don't know. So it's hard. It's hard to take somebody that's in their 70s when he says vote, and then you don't have to vote in 4 years. And he puts it like that. That makes it a lot harder to digest, because it's like, I need to know context here. I really do. I need to know context. Is he trying to say that, again, he's going to fix the system? The system is going to get fixed, and therefore you shouldn't have to worry about voting? Or is he trying to insinuate something else? And I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm not going to watch the whole rally version of it, or his whole speech in West Palm, to understand what that means, because he's at a turning point. So that kind of thing. But no, just curious. That is it for today. We're gonna call it. Been going for about 4 hours, which is impressive for me. It's been the longest stream that I've had in a long, long time. Again, we'll do this next week, mostly based on religion. We're going to stick towards Christianity for the most part, because that's the only topic that I have to really go over. I don't know a lot about other religions, so I'm not going to speak about them. If somebody is or follows some other religion, I'm more than happy for you to put it in chat and say, hey, this is what my feelings are, blah, 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 or my faith is this. I'm not going to down your faith. I'm not going to do that. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm just not going to give a hot take about somebody's religion that I don't know about. I know a lot about Christianity because this is what I was brought up in. I know like a little bit about Catholicism, which is also technically part of Christianity, or vice versa, because I dated a few people and I've been to mass quite a bit in my life. So there's that. We're not going to talk about like Catholic priests and all that stuff. That's not going to be a thing. But we are going to talk about some stuff as to my overall feeling of like where religion is as a whole in the country, and also my view on how things have changed so much as of late in the last 20 plus years, 25 years. Because I'll give my own experiences, very anecdotal. That should be the thing. Anecdotal. Every time I say anecdotal, it should show up. Anecdotal experiences about what I've gone through growing up, and also where I'm at now, and all that stuff. But now, if there's anybody else that has some sort of other experience, I'm more than welcome to have you talk about it, but I'm not. So if somebody says, like, what's your hot take on Buddhism? I'm gonna be like, I don't know. I know the gist of it, but I don't know. I can't speak to it. It's not my thing. It's somewhere with any other religion. Somebody tells me about like Orthodox, whatever religion. Somebody says, what do you know about the Amish? I'm like, I don't know. I know that they drive their carts with horses, and that's about it. Like, I don't know. But no, next week will be a little bit more interesting, and I'm hoping that doing the flips or whatever, and then maybe the third or fourth, actually it wouldn't be the third, it would be the sixth time that we do this, will be about the city that I live in. We'll do politics, local politics as a whole, because I can't really do that for the second time, which would be the third stream. But I could do that. And that may be the first time that we have a a guest per se on this stream, which would be fun and interesting. But I appreciate everybody that came out. I appreciate that people think that it was a good stream. It was fun. It was different. I don't feel stressed or tense about anything that I did, and it was nice to somewhat just talk and give ideas and viewpoints, and not feel that I'm going to receive some sort of amount of backlash. Lo and behold, you know, I would laugh if some big name person picked this up. Ooh, I don't want to think about it. I don't think about it. All right, guys. All right, I'm gonna go. We're gonna go to some random bar, which I do too much. So thank you guys for coming out. I appreciate it. All right, bye. Actually, yeah, there's no. I'm not gonna rate anybody because since I don't know enough political people, and there's no reason for me to send you to like a bigger name person. So I don't know any smaller content creators that do. I'm not a content creator. I'm just some random guy speaking to a microphone about politics and religion. But if there is somebody that you know that's smaller, so not like a Hassan, not a Crowder, that kind of thing that talks about religion or politics, and that's somewhat even keeled, you know, let me know, and maybe we raid them in the future. I'm just not going to do that now because I don't think it's fair, and I'm not going to try to push you to an extremist. I say extremist, somebody that has extreme views. I would like to know more if there's somebody else out there that's somewhat in the middle-ish, if you could say. Not somebody that's going to immediately start yelling and screaming at you. That kind of stuff. But all right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.